out, yeah.
Ladies, if I could just have your attention while you're all getting to your seats, just a few housekeeping rules. If the fire alarm sounds, it's not a drill. But please don't panic. The gallery staff will come in and they will take charge of what needs to be done, okay? So don't follow anybody else, only a member of the gallery staff. They are the ones that will take charge if that happens. Toilets, I assume you've all found. There are some on the ground floor here, which is out through door 2, and there are some through the other 2 doors. They are accessible. Again, there are lifts everywhere, and it's nice to see some people filing in the top now. We'll just give you 1 minute, but we do need to start, because obviously we do run to a timed agenda. So if you could sit down, and then we can start. Somebody's sat there now. Okay. The members on the side there, you're not going to be comfortable there all day because it's a bench, isn't it? If you want to go upstairs, if you go out through the door and have the lift up to the third floor, that might be better for you. Okay, well, we do need to start now, so if you could sit down, decide what you're going to do, sit down, move, please, we'd be most grateful.
Reit, nawn ni ddechrau. Bore da iawn i chi gyd, a chroeso cynnes i chi i'n cynhadlau'r flynyddol ni yn Caernarfon, yn Sir Gaernarfon. Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you to the 98th Annual Conference of the Federation of Wales in Caernarfon. Croeso cynnes i bawb. A gawn ni gochwyn trwy canu Jerusalem, pennill cynta yn Gymraeg a'r ail yn Saesneg. And we'll start with singing Jerusalem, the first verse in Welsh and the second in English. As Hannah tried and her glory gained, Anya the Naddoi Cymru gyd. Diolch yn fawr iawn, a diolch arbennig I Tudur Jones am fod yn gyfeilydd I ni heddiw. Thank you very much to our accompanist today, Tudur Jones, who is incidentally the son of one of our members. Oedd ein ffordd ardderchog I gychwyn y gynadledd yn doedd. What a splendid way to start the day. A mae'n bleser gen I weld cymaint aelodau dros Gymru gyfan wedi dod yma heddiw at Federasiwn Gwynedd Caernarfon yn y gynhadledd flynyddol a drefnir gan Pwyllgor Cymru. Dyma'n sicr uchafbwynt blwyddyn sefydliad y merched I ni yma yng Nghymru. It's a pleasure to welcome WI members and guests from all over Wales, hosted by Gwynedd Caernarfon Federation and organised by the Welsh Committee. It is the highlight of our WI year in Wales. This event is hybrid, and so not only do we have a theatre full of members attending the event, but also have members viewing the event from all over the country on our YouTube channel, as it is being streamed live around the country. And I say around the country, as we are pleased to announce that we have members from Wales, of course, Berkshire, Cheshire, Durham, Essex, Gloucester, Herefordshire, Lancashire, Somerset, Stafford, Warwickshire, and West Kent federations join us, and we extend a warm welcome to you all. Croeso cynnes iawn I chi gyd yma ato ni. A mae'n bleser gen I hefyd I groesawu'r canlynol, and I'm pleased to welcome the following. The morning speakers, Rhian, which we all know, from head of NFWI in Wales office, Chrissy Booth, Vice Chair of the NFWI, welcome to Wales, and E.C. Avada, Soil Environment Scientist and Climate Change Ambassador. Croeso cynnes I chi hefyd. Our guest, go on. Our guests today are Audrey Jones, past chair of NFWI Wales, Dilwyn Phillips, past chair NFWI Wales again. We have Bethan Williams, also past chair, who's contact online. Faye Mansell, former NFWI chair. Hedd Pugh from NFU Cymru. Avion Hughes, representing FUW. And Tegwyn Morris, merched o awr, croeso cynnes iawn I chitha hefyd. And the NFWI, we have Gerald with us, Gerald Stone, who is our treasurer, and Paul. Yes, absolutely, yes. And Paula Pierce, Board of Trustee member and NFWI. And NFWI Wales, Lisa Howells, Events Coordinator, you've heard us to begin. Sarah Hughes Thomas, Public Affairs Officer from NFWI Wales. And we are also delighted to have Kelly Rosser back with us today, although Kelly is now on the board secretary and events executive at the NFWI in London. So we're glad to see you back in Wales. It's now my pleasure to introduce to you the Wales Committee, and they'll stand up as their names are called, and we'll give them a cheer at the end, shall we? Glyn Owen, Chair of Anglesey. Oh. Leslie Jones, Chair of Ceredigion. Pam Blaise, Clwyd Denby. Carol Atkinson, Chair of Glanmorgan. Jill Rundle, Chair of Gwent. Margaret Lloyd-Jones, Gwynedd Cynarfon. Eira Lewis, Chair of Gwynedd Meirionydd. Margaret Jones, Powys Montgomery. And last but not least, Libby Hughes, Chair of Powys Ratner. And we have other Federation chairs joining us online today. We have Anne Halberg from Sir Gaer from Carmarthenshire. And Jenny Longford from Pembrokeshire, from Sir Benro. Croeso calon iawn I chitha hefyd. Warm welcome to you as well. I think now the committee are going to leave the stage so they can be seated in the auditorium and be able to see the presentation on the screen. So, diolch yn fawr. Ia, na I ddeud hwnna wedyn, ia? Sori, neu bod fi wedi wneud o wan dyla. Na, i wneud hwnna ar ôl. Yeah, so far so good. Today we've had apologies from Anne Jones, NFWI Chair, was unable to be with us. Marilyn Haynes-Evans, past Chair of NFWI Wales Committee, and Melissa Green, NFWI General Secretary. And also we've had apologies from Mary Robbins, Powys Brecknock, and dual chairs of Clwyd Flint, Helen March and Christine Rental. Right, we move on to welcome to Gwynedd Cynarfon Federation. I'd like to ask Margaret Lloyd-Jones to come forward. Diolch.
Madam Cadeirydd, gwahoddedigion a chyd aelodau, Madam Chairman, guests and fellow members, croeso I Gaernarfon, welcome to Caernarfon. Mae'n bleser cael eich croesawu yma'r dref hynafol ac I Federasiwn Gwynedd Caernarfon. Welcome to you all here today to the Royal Borough of Caernarfon and to the Gwynedd Caernarfon Federation. The Federation celebrated its centenary in 2020, or should I say, should have celebrated in 2020, when all our worlds turned upside down. Looking back at our records following a preliminary meeting held in November 1919, which was chaired by the Honourable Mrs. Stapleton Cotton, the first meeting of the Caernarfonshire Federation, as it was called then, was held in January 1920. We have such a diversity in the Federation, from Llandudno, known as the Queen of the Welsh Resorts, past the castles of Conway and Caernarfon and the University City of Bangor, Snowdon and the mountains of Eryri, down to Porthmadog and the Festiniog Railway, and on to Aberdaron and Bardsey Island at the tip of the Llyn Peninsula. Quite a journey. And if you're feeling adventurous, you could always stop at Sip World in Bethesda. Tipyn o daith ac ardaloedd gwahanol iawn i'w gilydd. We have 2 World Heritage Sites, both Caernarfon Castle and more recently, the slate industry from Llanberis down to Meirionydd. And of course, we mustn't forget the Snowdonia National Park. We also have a diversity in our WIs, with several WIs meeting entirely through the medium of Welsh. This year, not only are we welcoming the conference to our federation, but in August, we will also be welcoming the National Eisteddfod to Byddian outside Pwllheli, and hope that we can also welcome you to our stand and for a welcome cup of tea. Mi rydyn ni mor lwcus yn byw mewn ardal mor arbennig, hefo cymaint i'w gynnig, ac mi rydyn ni'n falch o gael ei rannu yma efo chi heddiw yma. We are so lucky to live in such a beautiful area, and we are pleased that we can share it with you today. Enjoy a visit to our federation, and we hope that you have an enjoyable and successful conference here today. Mwynhewch eich ymweliad â'r Federasiwn a gobeithio gywch gynhadledd lwyddiannus yma heddiw yma. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Diolch ti, Margaret. Da ni'n byw mewn lle braf iawn, da ni'n a lovely place to live up here. I can't believe it's 12 months since we were last together in Milford Haven. Blwyddyn arall ti'n mynd heibio ni'n SPV ni'n dau gleddau. Gyd aelodau. Our theme for this year is Women Making a Difference. And we can all say that the WI has made such a difference to so many women all over the country. There are still so many barriers facing women from all backgrounds. And there are still very few women in decision-making roles, from school governors to councillors and in business. Women in executive positions are still only less than half the workforce compared to men. Women can make such a difference if they're given just a chance to take control of their own lives and to control their own lives and have the freedom to make choices and have the ability to lead a happy and productive life. 100 years ago, when the WI started, women were expected to be wives, mothers, tasked with raising good, moral citizens and keeping comfortable homes. Most women didn't have careers, with the exception of teachers, nurses, seamstress, maids and others who performed jobs considered appropriate for the feminine. Women were expected to tend the garden, cook for the family, take care of the children and see that their husbands' needs were met. While there used to be a very specific model for exactly how a woman should be, how to look, talk, act the part, sit down and shut up like a woman. But luckily, those days are long gone. While there are certainly battles still raging over how women use their bodies and conduct their lives, the way they show up in the world are more varied and knows than ever, making a definition of womanhood not universal, but rather specific to each woman herself. The chief role was as a wife and mother. They were expected to be passive, gentle and caring, and often valued for how they looked and not what they did. Despite this, many women did exceptional things, living fascinating lives and experienced interesting periods of history. Over the years, we have seen women from all over the world and from all sorts of backgrounds making a difference, but to this day, it is very few. There have been many influential women throughout history, while women's history has often been ignored or even erased over the centuries. Many women have made a huge impact on society through activism, art, politics and leadership. I think it was Mother Teresa who said, if you cannot feed 100 people, then feed one. Meaning doing whatever is possible to help, whether it be big or small. Since the beginning, the WI has seen many women making a difference. You only have to look at the World War II, when the WI played a vital role in growing and preserving food and feeding the country at the time of war. One woman alone could not have done this, but with an organisation such as the WI, Girl Power can be an amazing voice. It is also during the 40s that the WI resolution demanding equal pay for men and women. Besides holding a number of national culture events, the WI, of course, focused on its campaign efforts, leading to a resolution that saw the importance of food hygiene, domestic violence, a campaign to prevent the desecration of the countryside by litter, and the latter led to the formation of the well-known Keep Britain Tidy group. In those days, the WI was purely rural, and you could not form a WI in a community with a population of over 5,000 members, people living in the community, sorry. In the WI life, we read about so many women making a difference to people's lives. There are so many women who have made a difference, but one Welsh woman I will just mention today is Laura Ashley, as she was a woman that did change the life of many rural women here in Wales, and who started off as a secretary for the WI in London. And yes, it was the WI that inspired her to start a business. and we all know how successful that became. And recently, the WI were part of the celebration of the 70th anniversary. Without women, we would not have such thing as a dishwasher. Wouldn't it be awful? With windscreen wipers, caller ID, we wouldn't have a circular saw or a fire escape. They got the car heater and the Monopoly game. Bulletproof fibres, laser cataract surgery, and stem cell insulation, and so many other inventions in all parts of our lives. Yes, women have made such a difference to so many. Coming forward to the here now and talking about today's scenario, many women are still facing a new issue like gender discrimination, sexual abuse and harassment, education, child marriage, trafficking, and the list goes on and on. And to this day, women still earn 10 to 30% less than the men, although the resolution was carried in 1950s, I think, wasn't it? Pay inequalities persist everywhere. Societies that value women and men are equal and safer and a healthier place to live in. Gender equality is a human right. Yes, we the WI members are tackling most of these issues and more, but we still have a long way to go. Have you ever thought of submitting a resolution? If you have an issue close to your heart about current affairs, why not send one in, and maybe you will see it becoming a campaign and you too will make a difference. All over Wales and beyond, we have seen members showing the love to protect what we love from the impact of climate change, campaign against domestic violence, mental health. We as an organisation have made a difference to women's health by increasing awareness into different health symptoms and from making sure that mothers were allowed to stay with their children in hospital all the way to menopause now. Earlier in the year, we saw a visit to number 10 Downing Street to deliver a petition to the government for more research into the impact of plastic on everyone's health. We've been busy planting trees. A lot of women are on our Welsh language online course. A da iawn chi, da chi'ch camol y fawr iawn. We're so proud of you. We're having fun playing netball, and pretty soon we'll have more balls. Yeah. Gwynedd Cynarfon are busy organising their stand at the National Eisteddfod, a da ni'n edrych ymlaen am ddod yna i'ch gweld chi'n ofnadwy. And of course we'll have the Royal Welsh, a cooler one this year, I hope. Pretty hot last year, wasn't it? Before I end, can I just take you on a short personal journey? I was born an only child on a farm up in the hills of North Wales, and I still live there to this day. I could have had a lonely life because farming is very isolated and a quite lonely life. But when I joined the WI at a very young age, and there was none of this, I'm too young to join the WI, I'd like to tell you what a difference it made to me. Just one person made an awful difference. You join your local WI, they can become your extended family. I joined the WI. I was also a member of the Young Farmers Club. But being a member of the WI, what helped me when I got engaged, through getting married, having children, bereavements, the ladies of the WI can really make a difference. They become part of your life, and they have all been wonderful. Fel mae'n hymor i'n dod I ben, faswn ni licio diolch yn fawr iawn I bawb cefnogaeth dwi wedi gael. As my term comes to an end, I would like to thank Rhian and Lisa and Kelly and Sarah and Cardiff for all their support. They've been brilliant. Thank you to the Wales Committee who come together regularly, and to Melissa and the staff in London, and of course to you, all you members. Without you, there wouldn't be a WI, and we could not achieved all that we have done. And all who have worked so hard for the benefit. And I wish my successor all the best. She has such a lot to look forward to. And of course, long live the WI. As women, we do make a difference. Da ni'n gwneud gwahaniaeth, daliwch ati a diolch yn fawr. Mae'n bleser gwneud wan, gofyn i Rhian. Yeah.
Sorry, I haven't been drinking.
Well.
Bore da. Cadeirydd, gwahoddedigion ac aelodau, chair, guests and members. It is a pleasure to see so many of you here today and to see so many joining online. I am pleased to present to you the report of work for the previous year. Our project work over the last few years has suffered a bit due to the pandemic. However, despite this, many members continue to play walking netball, and I have even heard of a Wales-England international. And I think Wales won, if I'm right. Many of you are also continuing to plant trees in your communities, which is great, as the more trees, the better. I was also delighted to be at Carmarthen Federation's tree celebration event, where they planted a tree in memory of Mair Stevens at Aberglasney Gardens, and it was a wonderful legacy for all Mair's work. As Irene said, we are also in discussions with Bowls Wales about a possible partnership to encourage more women to play bowls, which will be delivered in your federations, so watch this space. Turning to public affairs, it has been another very busy year. We held a networking meeting for Federation Public Affairs chairs in June. 10 federations were represented, and we heard about all the amazing work that you are doing in your communities. Violence against women and the Not in My Name campaign are always on our agenda. We launched the 2022 Not in My Name campaign with a small event on the WI stand at the Royal Welsh Show. Among the speakers were Irene Roberts, NFWI Wales Chair, Joyce Watson MS, Ruth Dodgeworth ITV Wales, and representatives from the FUW and the Mid and West Wales Fire and Rescue Service. A cross-party stakeholder event was held in the Senedd on the 21st of November to mark International International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women and International White Ribbon Day, which focused on the important role of workplaces in responding to and preventing gender-based violence. Panel members included Jane Hutt MS, Minister for Social Justice, Tina Rees, Welsh Women's Aid, Siobhana Targe, Wales TUC, and Steve Barnbrook, White Ribbon UK. Later that evening, a candlelit vigil was held at the Senedd, attended by over 100 supporters. And again, the event was addressed by a range of speakers, including Ruth Dodgeworth, ITV Wales, Mike Wilkinson, Deputy Chief Executive of New Pathways, and representatives from each of the political parties. It's also wonderful to see so many federations involved in this campaign now. And local vigils or walks were organised by Powys Radnor, Powys Brecknock and Ceredigion federations. And Pembrokeshire Federation supported a vigil organised by Joyce Watson MS. Gwent Federation held their annual Light a Candle service in Usk. Llan LOEWI held a talk about violence against women, and members donated toiletries and other items to the North Wales Women's Centre. And Powys Radnor held a lunch with a speaker from Carlan DVS, and all profits from the event were donated to the local refuge. 11 entries were received in the Not in My Name competition to design and make a scarf. The winner of the competition was Debbie Jones from Lees OWI Cheshire Federation, and the runners-up were Karen Redgrave, Moseley WI, Northamptonshire Federation, and the scarf team, West Kirby WI, Cheshire Federation. Congratulations to you all, and thank you for your support of the campaign. We have continued to highlight the issues of digital connectivity in rural areas. A briefing was circulated to MSs, the members of the Senedd, ahead of a debate in the Senedd on the Climate Change, Environment and Infrastructure Committee's report on digital connectivity. And during the debate, Caroline Thomas MS and Janet Finch-Saunders MS quoted the findings of the research undertaken by the WI and partners. Comments were also sent to the Communications Consumer Hub for Wales, and we met with Greg Dyer and Emma Hallows of the Office of the Secretary of State for Wales to discuss the survey findings and issues raised by partners involved in the campaign. A meeting was held with John Livermore from Openreach in August to discuss the move to digital phone lines, and we presented oral evidence to the Senedd Environment, Climate Change and Infrastructure Committee in May. A webinar on improving digital connectivity was held in April, outlining the support available for households and communities to improve their connectivity, chaired by Carol Harve-Jones, Chair of YFC. Speakers included Anna Butcher from the Welsh Government's Digital Infrastructure Team, Mike Lewis, Community Broadband Officer at Powys County Council, and David Phillips, Director of Michael Stilnvedu Community Broadband Project. A meeting was held with Fair Treatment for the Women of Wales to inform them about our campaign Thinking Differently, Autistic and ADHD Women and Girls, and to find out about their current work in this area and to gather their knowledge and expertise on the situation in Wales, and discussions are continuing with them. In August, we met with Lisa Henry, the Head of Programme for Cervical Screening Wales, to inform her about the 5 Minutes That Matter campaign, and meetings were held with Cancer Research UK and the Royal College of GPs to discuss the See the Signs campaign and the next stage of the campaign in terms of engaging with health professionals. We also promoted the Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month in March via such networks as WCVA, Wales Equality Network Wales, and Fair Treatment for the Women of Wales. And information was also circulated to the members of the Senedd, and some of them shared our tweets and symptoms graphics. We are also a member of a coalition calling for a Women's Health Plan for Wales. In May, the coalition launched the Women's Health Wales Quality Statement and Plan, covering a wide range of physical and mental health issues which can affect women, girls and those assigned female at birth throughout or at any point in their lives. The Minister for Health has now committed to publishing a Welsh Government version of this work and is working with patients and the public on its development. With regard to climate change, the NFWI Wales continues to provide the Secretariat to the Stop Climate Chaos Cymru coalition, and we are a member of Climate Cymru. Climate Cymru has received renewed funding for the next 2 years and will work with new and existing partners, Stop Climate Chaos Cymru, and ambassadors to strengthen and continue to build a powerful movement for climate and nature action from within Wales. We liaise with the Federation Public Affairs Chairs and the WI Climate Ambassadors ahead of the Great Big Green Week. Bilingual resources produced by Climate Cymru were shared, and a range of activities were organised, including a beach litter pick organised by Anglesey Federation, a fashion show hosted by Powys Radna Federation, a visit to Newport Wetlands Nature Reserve organised by Gwent, Powys Brecknock talks on sustainability, and Powys Montgomery's Federation's awareness raising stall at the Derwent Garden Centre. We responded to 4 consultation documents, namely the Welsh Government's consultation on engaging the general public in action on climate change, the Wildlife and Rural Crime Strategy for 2023 to 25, and One Network, One Timetable, One Ticket, planning buses as a public service for Wales, and also the Senedd's Health and Social Care Committee's consultation on gynecological cancer. On the 19th and 21st of September this year, 2 public affairs conferences will be held, one in Carmarthen and one in Bangor. Further details can be found on the public affairs stand today, and we hope to see many of you there. And if you could spread the word, that would be great. It was wonderful to be back at events this year. Clwyd Denby Federation hosted the Royal Welsh Show and shone a spotlight on the need for action to protect our oceans. Based on the theme, Our Oceans, Our Future, the WI stand encouraged show visitors to consider what the seas mean to them and what they could do to limit their impact on the environment. The theme for the WI competitions was Oceans in Crisis, and congratulations go to Glamorgan Federation for winning the Rose Bowl and Ceredigion Federation for winning the Brecon Cup. The National Eisteddfod is held in Tregaron and hosted by Ceredigion Federation. The stand shone a spotlight on the environment and climate change, based on the theme Turning the Tide. The stand focused on rivers and deforestation. We were also delighted to host a celebratory event on the stand to mark the 50th anniversary of Keep Wales Tidy, and I have to say the chocolate cake was absolutely delicious. It's always better when there's cake. The NFWI Wales competition for the best stands from the voluntary sector and an award for the best decorated community welcome in the Eisteddfod were won by Christian Aid with Adult Learning Wales as runners-up, and the community award went to Llandewi Brefi for their imaginative display of the Eisteddfod Gorsedd in their village. Another successful walking weekend was held in Crickhowell, with 28 members joining from across England and Wales. And the Royal Welsh Winter Fair saw over 30 entries on display in the craft competition for a Mrs. Claus and over 20 entries in the Christmas pudding competition. And congratulations goes to the winners, Jill Nicholson, Gwent Federation for her Mrs. Claus, and Ivana Lloyd, Ceredigion Federation for the Christmas pudding. Finally, I would just like to say a few thank yous. Thank you to Arian for her guidance and support over the last 2 years. Diolch yn fawr, Arian. To the Wales Committee for their unstinting support always. To the staff in the Wales office, Lisa, Sarah and Kelly, because I know she's in London, but she's still ours really. So thank you for all the support during this year. I'm always very grateful, as you know, as you can see from the report. We're only a small team of 3 really, but I think, we managed to deliver quite a bit over the year. So thank you to them all. And finally to you, the members, because obviously, without you, we wouldn't be able to achieve anything. So thank you for your support and for really making a difference. Diolch yn fawr.
Diolch, Rhian. And I think we could give them a clap because they do so much work for us. I don't think we realise how much work the Cardiff office does for us. So if we could just show our appreciation. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd. Now it's my pleasure to introduce the first speaker of the day. If you read your agenda, you'll already be aware how long Chrissy Booth has been involved in one way or another with the WI, and you'll hear some more about her journey now. In addition, I'm able to inform you that Chrissy Booth is originally from Lancashire, but has lived in Derbyshire now for 40 years with a husband and various Labrador retrievers. Her interests are running, walking, travel, reading and cooking. That is when, of course, the WI matters. So will you give a warm welcome to Chrissy?
Thank you, Arian. Can everybody hear me, first of all? Brilliant. Now, I'm in charge of the slides today, my own slides. So, in the words of Eric Morecambe, they are all there, but not necessarily in the right order. And here we go. It's not working yet. There we go. So, good morning, everyone. Bore da. And I'd like to just say how pleased I am to be with you all this morning. And a warm welcome to everyone here in person and also those attending virtually. Something we didn't think could possibly happen a couple of years ago. I've not been to this part of Wales before, so I'm having a few days to look around your country and see at first hand where it all started. I'll just say Anglesey, if you don't mind. When Lisa asked me to speak today, I was really excited, as I've recently stood down as the chairman of Derbyshire Federation. So I thought my days of speaking to larger groups and audiences had ended. Unluckily for you, it seems not. You've probably gathered from the accent that Derbyshire is not where I was born, obviously just a few years ago, but I do hail in fact from Lancashire. And I'll just deviate a little bit here because when I came in and was waiting to be shown to the stage, a lady who is the greeter and meter, she said to me, well, you're not from round here, are you? Where are you from? Lancashire. And would you believe, not only do we actually come from the same town in Lancashire, which is It's pronounced actually Rawtenstall, okay, not Rottenstall as we pronounce it. But we actually went to the same school. What a small world it is. You've just seen some strap lines of my national progress, but I'd like to go through my WI life in the next few minutes. I also hope to show you that anything is possible. And I encourage some of you out there, and that includes the onliners, to consider all the various roles within the WI that can enrich your lives, develop your strengths, and contribute to the future of the organisation. The WI is highly regarded by so many influential people, and our campaigns in particular can effect changes to improve women's lives, as Arian said, whether in your own communities or on a wider scale. We should be extremely proud of that and not be afraid to shout about it. I think I've done the slides in the wrong order anyway, so I know I was fortunate to be able to retire early. My working career started off initially in teaching, both at primary and then secondary levels. But then a career move took me into industry, into the pharma world, for an American company where I stayed for 33 years. At about this time, notices went up in my village, Breaston, and that's another strange way. It's spelt Breston, but we pronounce it Breaston. Okay. And that's exactly halfway between Derby and Nottingham, asking if there was any interest in starting up a WI. A previous WI had sadly been suspended, not for lack of members, but lack of officers. Does this sound familiar to some of you? And actually, I thought by joining a WI would give me some leisure time. Just how wrong can you be? So just before Christmas 2004, I went along to a packed meeting in the church schoolroom. Of course, a new WI was never in doubt, as nearly 100 ladies came along to the formation meeting in early January 2005. In true democratic fashion not, a formidable lady who eventually became my best friend stood up and said, "I'll be the president then." I don't think it's done that way now, and it shouldn't have been done that way then. I was propelled onto the committee by my new friend, and my roles throughout the first few years consisted of vice chairman, secretary, and finally president. A little tip if you are considering taking on the president role in your WI. It's really easy if you've got a good secretary. I'm sure all you secretaries out there would agree. Shortly into my president role, a vacancy arose at federation level for a receptionist. So I duly applied. And to my absolute dismay, I was unsuccessful. I was later told I was too pushy, or words to that effect. So when the next election came around for the board as a trustee, it was known then as the executive, I'd got over my chagrin of rejection and was duly elected. In those days, moving on, I think I've missed, I told you I was rubbish at slides. There we are, got the right one. In those days, trustees were expected to be on or chair two committees. So you can see from this slide, I was on combined arts, which merged eventually into public affairs, and catering, which I'm still a member of, another true WI tradition. This was a true passion of mine, and my formidable friend and I embarked on the cookery judges course after seeing some harsh comments at various shows about exhibits. Not all WI ones, I do have to say, but some were. And I became a fully fledged judge after a couple of years of training. I've been a National Federation trustee since 2019, and was elected one of the vice chairs in 2022. It's always a surprise or a shock when your peer group vote for you, but I was delighted, and so far it seems to be going okay. It's a busy role, but it's so rewarding. Most of the time, it's not automatic that we keep the positions that we hold now, as they are voted on a yearly basis. But I really don't think Anne, our national chair, has anything to worry about. I'm sure there is no need to emphasise that we are in challenging times. And COVID didn't help any charitable organisation, and the WI were no exception to that. As we are only 10 days away from launching the 2 supporters options, which Rianne has had a huge part to play in, I just wanted to mention that although the supporters are going to be vital to our organisation, they are not members and won't affect you, but I'm sure some of the Supporters Plus will ultimately become members when they see how much influence we have, as well as having fun along the way. One thing which COVID did for our benefit is speed up the way we work digitally. As I said at the start, hybrid or online meetings kept us all together at a time when we all felt so isolated. Whatever your thoughts are on this, it's sometimes quite nice to attend a meeting from the comfort of your own home, as I'm sure the people now at home are just maybe making a cup of tea or doing whatever, and you've got to sort of sit here, haven't you? Just one more thing to mention before if there are any questions, is a plug for the revamped WI shop, part of the WIE remit, WI Enterprises. This is the committee who oversees the yearly raffle with fabulous prizes and also helps your federation. And the tickets are available now, so please do purchase them. The first prize is £10,000, so someone has to win it. You'll be amazed at the variety and value for money of all the other items in the shop as well. But did I actually mention I am on that committee? So please help me. Sorry, I've lost my place now. I'm closing then to revert to my earlier theme, doing things which initially seem out of your comfort box. They have opened many doors for me, as you'll have seen from the collages on the slides. Now I'm going to try and find them for you. There we go. I even once got to read the weather forecast on Midlands Today TV. Yeah. And it's not like it seems, because when you see the picture of the weather behind you, it's not there at all. You're sort of pointing away at nothing, really. But, that's probably why the weather forecast didn't used to be too good. But my most treasured memory, though, is being invited to a charity recognition at Chatsworth House, where I was introduced to Her Majesty the Queen, obviously the late Her Majesty now, Elizabeth II, and the Duke of Edinburgh. And you can see the picture there with you can't see me, so that's okay, with the hat on. It was an absolutely fabulous day, and I know things have gone a little bit sour recently with the royal family and Harry and everything, but it was still a wonderful opportunity to be invited to, and one that I will treasure till my dying day. Also, the WI, when I'm finishing now, opens so many doors. So do give some thought to putting yourself forward for roles which you might once have thought a little daunting. See where it's got me. And just to finish on what Arian mentioned, perhaps when Arian, you joined, you said to us all that you were too young to join the WI. I have to say, when I joined, a lot of my friends said, but you're not old enough yet to be in the WI. So I think we've got to reach somewhere, a happy medium, and move more towards the younger end. Otherwise, our great organisation will not survive as it has. So we'll get the right one now, and I'll try and say it. So thank you for listening. Have I said it right? possibly haven't got time for questions, few, but I will obviously be around at lunchtime and in the hall area. So please, if you do want to ask anything at all, just come and find me and I will have a chat with you. Thanks for listening.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Chrissy. Diddorol. Very interesting. And the diolch was very good as well. Yes, we did appreciate it. Now it's my privilege to introduce to you our next speaker, Isa Adava. I hope I got it right, yes. She's been involved in research projects, far too many to list, although I'm sure she will mention some of them. Her research interests include soil carbon cycling, climate change, composting, nutrients recycling, soil health and soil quality, and sustainable agriculture. So will you please give a warm welcome to Isa.
Why did you stop? Boreda Pub. Good morning, everyone. I am not going to show off my Welsh more than that. They have a way of just excluding you no matter how hard you try to learn the language. I mean, I've been learning for over 600 days, and I can only say Boreda. Good morning, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here. And my thanks to the chairs. Where I come from, we say all protocol duly observed, so we don't offend anyone. But my thanks to the chairs, my thanks to everyone on the inviting committee. Lisa makes it feel like there is an army of staff. Oh God, well done, Lisa. Can we celebrate Lisa? I really appreciate the invite. I think we met last quarter, 2022, at a climate event. That's where it all began. And I remember she handed me a pager of what they do. And when I got home, I had it somewhere. And for days, I kept saying, I'll read it. And then I took it one day, I sat with it, I'm like, oh my God, these women are doing so much. They are everywhere. Where did they get the energy? But hey, it is what it is, right? Women are the superstars of the show. Don't you agree? Yes. Celebrate yourself for that. Come on. Okay, so this morning I'm going to be talking to you around gender. I'm going to be moving around a lot.
No.
And can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can we ditch this? Okay, so I'm going to be moving around a lot. I am a talkative, so I'll try to stay within limits. But I'm going to be talking to you this morning about gender equality and climate justice. Basically, we're exploring the intersectionality. God, W.I., what was that about? The intersectionality of it all. And what is intersectionality? It's basically a strategic framework or a method of looking at issues, considering other characteristics like age, race, location, what makes the whole situation, as opposed to just looking at it in isolation without considering other factors that might affect what you're seeing. So basically, I'm going to be talking to you about gender equality and climate justice, but looking at what's happening. Why is there gender in climate justice? Doesn't it sound far-fetched? What is gender doing in climate? Right? Oh, come on, agree with me. You know you do. And so we're going to be doing that this morning. And more often than not, when we talk about gender, what comes to mind? Anyone? When you hear the word gender or gender equality, what comes to mind? Come on. Men and women, yes. Any other person? When you hear the word gender equality, what comes to your mind immediately? to your mind, you think women. Next up, you begin to think, oh, the patriarchy. Let's remove their heads. But gender equality has been an issue from the ages past. It has changed its name over time, but gender equality and equity have become long-lasting themes because it's a real and present issue that we have to deal with. And then we'll come also to climate justice. Climate justice, basically, does anyone have a vague idea? I'm not going to ask you for the correct thing or the book thing, but when you hear climate justice, what comes to mind? Come on. When you hear climate justice, what comes to your mind? You can shout it out. What comes to your mind? Thank you. That's a very good one. Yes? I'm a teacher. I lecture students, so you have to talk about it. Trust me, I have this very well-prepared version of this. I can start it, but I always deviate. So when you talk about climate justice, like someone said from the audience, you think developed world versus undeveloped world. Why do we think that? Because one causes or contributes a lot more to climate change, and the other experiences the impacts of climate change way more than its contribution to it. So the people who contribute the least to climate change are the ones who suffer the most from the effect or the impact of climate change. Are we all agreed on that score? And so what is gender doing in this issue? It's bad enough that we have the overarching issue that a group of people are experiencing this and they contribute the least to the problem. Why are we bringing gender into it?
Because it often affects women more than men.
She got it. Because even though the impact of climate change affects some people, even within that effect, within that impact, is still a disproportionate experience. Like it or not, women and young girls experience the effects of climate change more than any other gender out there. And it has a lot of reasons to it. Unfortunately, within the time we have, I will not be able to cover a lot of grounds on this issue. So if it sounds like I'm not saying something I should say, trust me, it's just the time factor that has caused that. I plead time factor. Anyway, so even though climate change affects people almost about the same way, the way it affects us is disproportionate, and especially with women and girls. I have come in my study and in my research and understanding and advocacies around climate issues, I have come to see how other factors come into play. Can you believe that climate change is a contributor to domestic or gender-based violence? It sounds strange to you, right? It's a contributor. And it's research-based. I am not whipping sentiments up. It's research-based. In fact, there are some programs that have been initiated, that are being trialed out in Uganda, for instance, trying to, I'm going to get back in, I'm going to get into the exact nature of that program, but trying to find a way to mitigate the problem of GBV as a result of climate change. Do you also know that climate change, yes, I mean, when I say it affects socio-economic livelihoods, you would agree with me. But do you also know that women tend to lose more time of their lives as a result of the impact of climate change? For instance, when there is drought, when there's drought in Africa, for example, and a woman needs to get maybe water for the family, she now has to work more event of food insecurity, when crop fails, guess who is less likely to eat? Can you see how climate change runs a thread through our lives? For the young girls, a young girl may have to stop going to school in order to follow the mother to get water or to find water, and that affects her education. So it's continually is a terrible cycle, a vicious one at that. Do you know that the impact of climate change exposes women to all sorts of exploitation, chief of which is sexploitation? Because in trying to meet some of the needs caused by the impacts of climate change, they meet people who have the power to solve this or meet these needs, and then these people insist. Usually these people are men, so when you hear me say these people, I'll be talking about men. They are not the enemies, but this is what happens. It's research based. Rather than maybe take payments, fiscal monetary payments for providing a service, they insist on sex. And what do you do when you're desperate? Many of us may not know that kind of situation, but this is what is going on in our world. And remember that when we're talking about low and middle income countries, we are not only talking about Africa, we're talking about Asia, we're talking about the Americas, and this is a running theme across and around the world. The question is, okay, I'm not even going to ask how did we get here, but the question is, where do we go from here? Because the most affected people are the least represented people. Women are not at the table when the decisions are made around environment policies, climate change mitigation policies. So you bring something and you try to box women into it. How do you talk about me without me at the table? There's no me without me. But all these years, so many decisions have been made. How do you talk about addressing, for instance, the issue of sexploitation if the potential victim or the victim is not at the table? It gets prescriptive. The same way a male gynecologist will tell you how your body as a woman functions when they have zero idea. I always tell people, mental or theoretical knowledge never ever equates the practicals. The fact that we all know that childbirth can be difficult never prepares anyone, especially those who have had natural vaginal births, for the pain. But you knew even before you went into into the state of pregnancy that childbirth can be child labor can be so tedious. But when the first pinch came, did it equate what you knew theoretically? So a man can know all he wants to know, and trust me, men, we love you, especially the useful ones. I forget that this is live streamed. I hope I'm not crucified, but but you can't prescribe you can't describe what we experience, and you cannot prescribe the solutions to us. We need to be at the table. Why are women often excluded from the table? Because more often than not, especially in the situations I have mentioned, person. I need the money. So how much should we find the person? Can we find the phone? So it's important to realize that we need women at the table where decisions are made about us. It doesn't matter how educated you are or how uneducated you are. In my career, I have worked across different fields. I function very well in health as well. And in recent years, we had to begin to do stuff around dedicated to what we call the AGYWs, adolescent girls and young women. Because even as adult women who have once been adolescent girls and young women, the needs have changed. We can't speak for them. They need to speak for themselves. And it was our duty to give them a platform, to make them ready. So what are the things we can learn from other spheres to bring into the climate response? I'm going to try to rush through my notes and just read the intelligent sounding ones because I have deviated so much, so bad, but we'll try. So climate justice has 7 principles, and it's important that when we talk about gender equality and climate justice, these principles are fulfilled. Because climate change affects our rights as humans, whatever your gender. And it can be the rights that climate change infringe on is so many. I think I listed a few of it, Climate change affects so many rights, which includes the rights to food. Remember, we talked about food insecurity. The rights to health. The rights to development. And even the rights to life. I really have some interesting things here, so I'm going to be reading a bit, if you don't mind. I've done all the dramas of it. And so, while everyone, I must put these notes to good use. I mean, I stayed up late so while everyone is affected by the risks and threats of the climate crisis, the extent of impact, more often than not, is determined by a person's gender, location where they live, livelihood, and socioeconomic situation. Even at that, the impact of this on people, households, and communities is usually confronted based on their levels of vulnerability and resistance. God, I sound intelligent. So, climate change also is a threat multiplier. What does this mean? It means climate change, it escalates social, political, and economic tensions in fragile and conflict-affected settings. And who bears the brunt of this when it happens? Women and girls. As climate change drives conflicts across the world, women and girls face increased vulnerability to all forms of gender-based violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, human trafficking, child marriage, and other forms of violence. Can you believe that? Climate change? And all this? How? See why we need more than 15 minutes. Gender inequality coupled with climate crisis is one of the biggest challenges facing our world today. It poses a threat to ways of life across the various locations. It poses a threat to livelihoods. It poses a threat to safety and security for women and girls around the world. And these only amplify the existing gender inequality. The fact that women and girls bear the brunt of all of this that we've been saying just shows that, well, patriarchy is still here, alive, and well. It doesn't matter what we call it today, or it doesn't matter how politically correct we call it. I mean, we try to address it. Climate justice calls for addressing these inequalities and responding to the unique opportunities for different groups of people. According to Mary Robinson Foundation, climate justice links human rights and development to achieve human-centered approach, safeguarding the rights of the most vulnerable people, in this case, women and girls, and sharing the benefits and burdens of climate change and its impacts equitably and fairly. If you want me to run through the principles of climate justice, I'm happy to do that, but if not, I'll skip it. Now, gender equality is very central to climate justice. Women and girls are and will continue to be more vulnerable to the effects of climate change and environmental degradation. Here are some irrefutable facts about women's vulnerability. Did you know that women and children are more likely to die than men in natural and man-made environmental disasters? And this is due to a number of factors. Again, I can't go into them. But there are a lot. Intersectionality. When resources are scarce due to drought or deforestation, women have been subjected to sexploitation in order to gain access to as common as water or firewood. Can you imagine that? That for you to be able to gain access to get a bucket of water, someone has to have sex with you. Even if you offer them money, they can decide to say, no, I want in, we call it cash or kind. Okay, yes. I want it in kind, and I'm being nice about how I say it. What do you do when you're thirsty? We've never been in drought situations, may we not be. But do you know how you feel, even the way you feel on the hottest of summer days does not equate what drought feels like. According to the World Economic Forum, less than 20% of land in the world is owned by women. As a result, when all the bad things happen environmentally, women's livelihoods take longer to recover. So whether it is COVID, whether it is drought, whether it is flood, while all the other people, the 80% owners, find a way, women are less likely to be able to bounce back in good time. Now,
You see, unfortunately, time
Time
is,
is up.
yes, not quite up.
I have been called. Okay, so I'm just going to round up with this. I had another very intelligent sounding thing. Transformative changes require that legal frameworks empower women, enable their engagement, and protect their environmental rights. Climate crisis, climate change is not gender neutral. Climate action should not be either. Thank you very much for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Issy. You've given us food for thought. Sorry we had to cut you short, but time caught up for this. And I'm sorry, there's no time for questions, but you'll be around lunchtime for people to ask you. I'm sure there's many people with lots of questions to ask you. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much. We have to move on now to the results of the ballots for the chair of the Conference of Delegates for Wales. And I'll ask Rhian to give you the results.
Diolch, Arian. It gives me great pleasure to announce the result of the ballot for the chair of the Conference of the Delegates of Wales. The successful candidate is Jill Rundle, Gwent Federation. I would like to congratulate Jill on behalf of us all as staff. Jill, we very much look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. Prynawn da. Pawb. Mae mor hyfryd a gweld cymaint ohonoch chi yma heddiw. Good afternoon, everyone. It's so lovely to see so many of you here. But thank you, diolch yn fawr. I just wanted to say thank you to Irene for her work as chair over the last 2 years. As many of you know, her time as chair has been difficult as she's had to cope with personal issues in her family, as well as fulfilling her commitments as chair. It's said when someone steps down, but even more so when they've been able to not to do everything that they would have liked to have done during their tenure. So thanks, Irene. Your time and enthusiasm for the WI is heartwarming, and I'm sure you will continue to support us in every way you can. We heard earlier of Chris's journey to NFWI, and as I take over from Irene, I think of my own journey here today. Why am I here? What did I do to stand here and talk to you? I've only been a member 15 years, a mere child in WI terms. And I have a confession to make. I have a very guilty secret, which I shared with Shigar Federation some months ago. They promised not to repeat it, and I don't think you will either. But I stand here to tell you that my mother was the county chair for the Townswomen's Guild. I hate to think what she would have thought when I A, joined the WI, B, became the president of my WI, then I was the chair of Gwent, and now the chair of Wales. Well, I just can't bear to think about it. But that got me thinking. Years ago, the WI didn't go into cities. It was an organisation for country women. Those women who'd missed out on the opportunities offered by education, as Irene mentioned earlier. Some had received very little schooling. They were expected to fulfill domestic chores, look after chickens, cattle, that sort of thing, tend the vegetable garden, and when appropriate, to become a wife and mother. But the women who founded the WI had greater aspirations than that. And once they got into those local communities, members began to realise that they could do greater things in life and have a real say in what went on. The WI's had many successes over the years in campaigning for a better life and a better world, not only for women, but for their families and local communities. We're known for raising issues. Those issues are often not considered polite or to be talked about in public, such as sexually transmitted diseases, family planning, AIDS, as well as flagging up contentious issues like plastic soup and climate change. We've always sought to campaign tirelessly. We've opened up WIs in new situations like prisons, universities, workplaces. We welcome and promote diversity, equality, and inclusion. One thing we've come to realise is that partnerships with other organisations can bring change much more quickly. For example, as Rhian said, we've been working with FTWW, Fair Treatment for Wales, looking at strategy for women's health in Wales. Representatives from all organisations all over Wales came together, and that included the Royal College of Nursing, physicians, surgeons, every charity involved in providing or trying to improve women's health in some way or another. And we're now on the cusp of making this strategy a reality. There's a strategy elsewhere in the UK for the devolved countries, but not in Wales. But we need to be making those links with other groups and organisations to further our objectives. We have a vision in the WI to be bold, growing, inclusive and flexible, and we need to remember this. Not only when we're planning our committee meetings, our monthly meetings, planning federation events, but when we're in our communities reaching out to all women, we need to engage with groups who have the knowledge and enthusiasm to join with us to bring about change that benefits all women, whoever they are and wherever they are. Remember, you, the members, are the eyes and ears of the WI. You need to bring back what you see and hear to your own WIs, to your federations, and to NFWI Wales, so that we can allow this much-loved organisation to be the best it can possibly be. I look forward to working with you. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you all very much.
Diolch yn fawr iawn. And Jill, wish you well. And I know you're in good hands now for the next term. Diolch yn fawr I chi. Right, we're moving on to the competition results. The recruitment awards. And the results are as follows. For WIs with 24 members or under 24, the third were Kilgetty, WI Pembrokeshire, moving from 12 to 25 members. Machen WI Gwent were second with, they had 9 members, but now they've got 22 members. But the winners, the first one was Llandeilo WI, Sir Gard. They started off with 8 members, but now have 22. And it's my pleasure now to invite Chrissy to present the awards. So can we ask Sue Mills, from the President of Llandeilo, to accept the award on behalf and share us just a few words of the features of being a success? Yes.
Well, thank you very much, everyone. Just to say, this is a new experience for myself. Since joining WI, there's been a lot of firsts. And if you hear a strange noise in the background, it's only my knees knocking together. Well, on behalf of all the members of Llandeilo WI, thank you so much for the recruitment award. Llandeilo WI restarted in 2019 as the Magnificent 8, one more and better looking than the Magnificent 7. Since then, through a great team effort on recruitment, we are now 22 full members. This was achieved by various avenues. Our local councillor placed an open invitation on his Facebook page, inviting local women to come along to our monthly meetings of fun and friendship. We also had a stand at our local agricultural show, posters all around town and in local shops. Word of mouth also played a part. New members have brought along family and friends. The word was spreading, Llandeilo WI was worth a visit. When I joined in 2019, I was new to the organisation, having no links or previous experience of WI, and this has been the case of so many of our new members. Recruitment is only half the story, retention is key. We make a great effort in our programme planning to have ideas from all our members, and this has tapped into many skills within our group. All our meetings are inclusive and welcoming. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the team at Carmarthen County Office for their support in restarting us back in 2019 and their continued support. We are very grateful. Our members will be delighted when we return home and tell them of our success in which they've all played a part. I'm sure we'll find a way of celebrating. Thank you.
Right, we'll move on now to the WIs with 25 members or more. The third prize goes to Chatterbox. Oh, I don't like that name. No, it's Chatterbrook, sorry.
I'm sure
But I'm sure Chatterbox suits lots of us WI people. There we go. Yeah, it's Chatterbrook WI, it's Powys Radnor. In second place is Treadder Bay in Anglesey. Chatterbrook started with 44 members and they moved up to 53 members. Diane. And Treadder Bay had started with 34 and now have 50 members. And the winners are Coitchurch WI Glamorgan. They had 36 members and now have 66. It's my pleasure to call on Sandra Davidson, President of Coitchurch WI, to accept the award and share with us some of her secrets to the success.
Thank you very much. I can't wait to take this back to my members. Our recruitment journey began during the pandemic, to be honest with you, when the government allowed us to meet in small groups. We were fortunate to be able to meet in a small room in our local pub with tea and coffee all laid on, and even a plate of biscuits. And might I say, alcohol-free. From there on, we had an afternoon lunch in a large marquee, whereby ladies in Coitchurch got to hear of it and started phoning and asking, can we join you? We didn't know what the WI did. Some months we had as many as 6 or 8 members coming along. It was fabulous. Sometimes I'd have a phone call to say, can I come? Other times they would just turn up at the door. Fabulous. We were surprised that so many people didn't know what the WI entailed. And that really did surprise us. Because we are so many ladies now, we have been able to form a dance team, a knit and natter group, a craft group, a walking group. You name it, we do it. We even go to the cinema, afternoon, £3. Can't fault it. We are mindful of trying to do something that everybody can enjoy. Coitchurch WI, I'm so proud to say, is 105 years old on the 18th of June this year. And, well, we are the second oldest in Glamorgan. Like I say, before the pandemic, we were in the 30s, and now we're 66. Brilliant, and our doors are still open if anybody'd like to come. Thank you very much.
Diolch yn fawr, Sandra. Well, the next award, congratulations to all the WIs. The next award is going to be a bit of a shock for one chairman in this room. It's a new award which is being awarded by NFWI Wales for the highest increase in membership in a federation. The winner for the federation has no idea they've won, but I'm thrilled and delighted to be presenting this award to Clwyd Denby. and they've seen an increase in their membership by 10%. And now I'd like to call on Pam to come up to accept the award. Now, you don't have to...
well, it will be a few words because I'm absolutely shocked. I wasn't expecting anything at all. This is great, and I'm sure the Federation will be delighted when I go back with this. So, yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
The next award is the Rose Bowl, which is awarded to the Federation who gained the highest points in the NFWI Wales competition held each year at the Royal Welsh Show for a combination of handcrafts produce, floral staging and interpretation of a chosen theme. The theme for 2022 was Ocean in Crisis, and the winners were Glamorgan Federation. And the award is being received by Carol Atkinson, Chair of Glamorgan. And the next award is the Brecon Cup, which is awarded to the Federation who gained the highest points in the NFWI Wales competition, again held at the Royal Welsh Show for the best floral exhibition. Again, the theme for 2022 was Ocean in Crisis, and the winner was Ceredigion Federation. And the award is being received by Larry Thomas, the member who represented Ceredigion in this competition. Llongyfarchiadau mawr I chi. Diolch yn fawr, Leri, a llongyfarchiadau mawr I pawb sydd wedi ennill. Congratulations to you all, and keep up the good work, of course. Right, we'll come to the announcement. Please take time during the lunch break to visit the stands situated on the outskirts of the cafe area. And if you've purchased a packed lunch in advance, your tickets will be exchanged for the lunch in the cafe area. And Gwynedd Cynan Federation will also be selling their 2024 calendars among other merchandise during the lunch break. And I know Izzy will be about to answer a few questions for people. I'm sure many people have lots to ask you. Members to be back in their seats for 1:50 so that we can start the afternoon session at 2 o'clock promptly. Diolch yn fawr. Yes, I
George, just pinned me against the wall. All right.
Mrs Brown heddiw. Da, Mrs Brown heddiw. Hiya.
Safon, byddwn ni wedi rhoi Debra a Rachel Michael.
Mae'n sens.
Ie. Mae hi'n mynd i sefyll.
Ti di.
Usually go ni mali o'r draw fan hyn. Neu, oedd ddim yn eisiau fan hyn neu?
Ia. Mae'n dod. Dydy'n anwyl.
O, mae'n lyflu.
Gorgeous.
A Debra, mae hi'n mynd i
Ti di? Mae hi, ia.
Ddim eisiau ddod yma fel un sorry, Mali.
A lle na, Debra, mae'n cymryd dal.
Wedi mynd i'r tŷ bach. Hynna'n oce. Llon bol o ginio.
Do, mae'n siŵr, de. Mae'r ysbyty dweud yn y dweud.
Dwi ddim yn ymwneud â
Ond maen nhw'n fancw reit y cwyd. Ta'r ddau o res i lawr.
o'r cefn.
Oce.
O, ie.
Ie.
Sy'n eich nefys gen i gysgu prawn ma'n cael ei wedyn.
Swn i'n meddwl.
Debra, sy'n ddim yn mynd i tŷ bach.
A mi gath ham sioc, beth yna.
Ie.
O, dwi'n realise. Dwi'n cymryd yw. I know. That's it, yeah. Oh, crikey. Da iawn, di'n da reit. Mae'n cochyn o'n ti byddwn. A just cochyn, a just deud pawb neu siwr y ffôn. Okay, iawn. Reit, dwi yn meddwl bod ti'n amser i ni ail gychwyn. Croeso nôl i chi. Croeso nôl i chi gyd yma. Welcome back to everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch. And we're ready for the next session. Da ni'n barod i ail gychwyn am y pnawn. A swn i licio rwan gwahodd Inspiration Woman arall. Would like now to invite another inspirational woman, Mally Parry-Jones, to address the conference. Like you all, I am very interested to learn about her voluntary work with the RNLI, along with her career as well. So, newch chi roi croeso cynnes iawn i Mally Parry-Jones.
Wel, pnawn da. Good afternoon. Diolch yn fawr iawn for the kind invitation here this afternoon to join you here in the gallery in Carnarvon to talk to you a little bit about my life with the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, or the RNLI at Porthyn Llaen. So, for those who don't know, there we go. Porthyn Llaen is located on the northern coast of the Llŷn Peninsula, or Pen Llŷn. The tiny harbour village of Porthyn Llaen, with its small natural harbour, nestles at the western tip of Porthyn Llaen, near the village of Morven Evin, of course, where I was born, bred, and still live there with both Robert, my husband, and Meg the dog, of course. Today, it's very difficult to imagine that Porthyn Llaen very, very nearly became the road and rail terminal for the Irish ferries instead of Holyhead, which received official parliamentary backing by just one vote. Yes, one vote back in 1808. The Porthyn Llaen lifeboat station has been described as having one of the most picturesque settings out of all the 238 lifeboat stations around the country. I'm sure you'll agree. With its absolutely stunning views across the Bay of Carnarvon, up the western coast of Anglesey on one side and Eryri on the other. It'd be very difficult on a beautiful summer's day to disagree with that statement, I think. It's only within the last 30 years that a road was actually built all the way down to the headland to our rather isolated lifeboat station. Anyone who wanted to visit in the past had to leave their cars at the Nevin and District Golf Club and walk the mile or so, or run, if there was a call out, across the golf course, with, of course, generations of Porthyn Llaen lifeboatsmen and women having to do the same. The RNLI was founded nationally on March the 4th, 1824. And if you've already done your maths, will of course be celebrating its bicentenary next year in 2024. With its aim back then to organise a national lifeboat service. This, of course, took many, many years to implement. And it wasn't until 40 years later, back in 1864, that a lifeboat station was formed at Porthyn Llaen Point, or Trwyn Porthyn Llaen as it's known locally. The Porthyn Llaen harbour area was a very busy time in the 19th century, and in 1804, as many as 655 vessels entered Porthyn Llaen and Nevin. And during a northeasterly gale blowing straight into Porthyn Llaen Bay overnight on December the 2nd into December the 3rd, a number of vessels, mainly tall ships and schooners back then, had been sheltering along the bay, but were consequently all driven ashore and wrecked. A local gentleman from Morven Evin, called Robert Rees,
tied a rope around his waist, and with the kind help of 4 other local men, waded into the sea and succeeded that night in saving a total of 28 lives from various vessels on that stormy night in December 1863. Robert Rees was awarded a bronze medal of the Board of Trade and a thanks on vellum by the RNLI. A few days later, the Reverend Owen Lloyd Williams of Bodleian wrote to the RNLI headquarters in London, reporting on the results of the recent gales and pleading for a lifeboat station to be established at Porthinllaen. The RNLI's Inspector of Lifeboats, Captain J.R. Ward, visited the area the following February and recommended the forming of this lifeboat station, which was formally approved at a meeting of the institution's Committee of Management on March the 3rd, 1864. Estimates were invited for the building of a boathouse, together with a very long stone launchway. And on April the 7th, 1864, an estimate of £140 was accepted for the building work on the boathouse. It was also decided to alter the former Palling lifeboats and reallocate it to Porthinllaen. This original lifeboat had been built in 1858 as a 30-foot by 7'6", 10-oared self-righter, but was altered to a 36-foot by 8-foot, 12-oared self-righter, and that at a grand cost of £198. This lifeboat arrived at Porthinllaen on August the 26th, 1864, having been conveyed free of charge between London and Caernarfon by the London and North Western Railway Company back then, and sailed south from Caernarfon down the coast to Porthinllaen. The boat, at the time, was provided out of a donation of £250 to the institution by a Lady Cotton Shepherd, being the 3rd lifeboat to be donated by this particular lady. And at a ceremony on September the 9th, 1864, the boat was formally christened as well, Cotton Shepherd. The Cotton Shepherd was launched on service for the first time on November the 27th, 1864, when the barque Devonshire of Liverpool was seen to be flying distress signals off the Anglesey coast. Enough of dates. Since its establishment in 1864, the Porthinllaen lifeboat has gone from strength to strength. The latest lifeboat designs have been operated. Hundreds upon hundreds of lives have been saved by the volunteer crew members. And with the investment of a new lifeboat and a lifeboat house during the past decade, it is now a key link in the RNLI's chain of stations around the coast of the UK and Ireland. As I was growing up during the 1980s and the early 1990s, I'll leave that with you. I was usually found all year round down at the beach in Morfanefin, playing and generally, passing time without a care in the world. Back then, of course, as one or two of you might remember, we had the Maroons. These were like a type of rockets that the RNLI used for nearly a century, that were fired up into the sky and generated a large bang and a bright flash, and that to summon the crew when the lifeboats needed launching. I remember clearly how as a child we used to pedal our bikes as fast as we could down the road to the cliff tops to watch the lifeboats being launched and to which direction it was heading to. And during the night time, I remember vividly standing with my dad in my parents' front bedroom, carefully observing the string of car headlights travelling along the Nevin golf course, meandering their way down to the lifeboat station. In 1986, the RNLI had announced by now a new Tyne-class lifeboat had been allocated to Porthinllaen, and this was the 8th lifeboat for the station since establishing back in 1864, and was at dawn of another historical chapter for Porthinllaen. You'll be glad to hear we'd now moved on from those wooden rowing lifeboats in the early days. The Tyne-class lifeboats measured 47 foot by 15 foot and was powered by two 425 horse-powered General Motors diesel engines that gave a top speed of 18 knots, which is very similar to 18 or 20 miles per hour, which was record-breaking at that time, of course, and as this was twice the speed of the previous Watson-class lifeboats that served at the Porthin Line station back in the 1920s. The Hetty Rampton, she arrived at the station in late April 1987, and the naming ceremony for the new lifeboat took place at the lifeboat station on the afternoon of August the 19th, 1987, where a huge crowd, including an 8-year-old me and my mum, gathered, 8-year-old in 1987, gathered in the sunshine lining the cliffs and the beach to witness this spectacular ceremony. This lifeboat had been built at a cost of approximately £500,000, which was provided out of a gift from the trustees of the late Miss Hetty Mabel Rampton's charitable settlement. And the new boat's name? Well, she was named the Hetty Rampton after her main donor. Hetty Rampton served at Porthin Line for more than a quarter of a century and was very well liked by her coxswains and crew, undertaking in more than 300 rescues during her time at the station. And it was during her time at the station that my own little voyage at sea began with the RNLI. That's me. Yes, my lifeboat journey began around 15 years ago, when I was about 16. When after many years of turning down the invitation of joining the crew due to university and other work commitments, I finally bit the bullet and threw myself into the deep end, so to speak. As a potential crew member, I remember being kitted up in my yellow bibs and braces and warm waterproof jackets and some sea boots and a life jacket and a helmet to my head, and being sent out with the rest of the crew on one of their weekly exercises on a very cold and very dark Sunday morning in January to see, well, how would I survive such an ordeal? After spending a couple of wild and very wet hours out with the crew observing various exercises and drills that they did and holding on for dear life, I did find it rather interesting and surprisingly not feeling nauseous at all. So I decided to venture back down the following Wednesday night, where I was handed one of these, a pager, for me to respond to any future shouts or call-outs. So there was certainly no turning back for me then. Our coxswain at the time was Mike Davis, who's pictured here with his wife, Fran, receiving a special maritime award, who I like to think took me as his project to literally train me up from scratch. I had no previous seafaring experience whatsoever, apart from my grandfather, my mother's father, the late Captain David Brian Williams from Trevor, who was born in Pwllheli, and a descendant of the Pwll-Defaid family. He was a merchant navy sea captain with the Ellerman Lines shipping company up until the early 1980s, who was also involved in the transatlantic convoys during the Second World War. So, I like to think that some salt, at least, has been passed down through the generations. Coxswain Mike Davis soon sent me packing and on my way down to the RNLI College, based at the National RNLI headquarters in Poole on the south coast. The college is the home of lifeboat training, with around 1,200 crew members from across the country taking part in one or more than 40 different courses on offer at the college each year. The crew train using first-class facilities, which include well-equipped training rooms, a learning resources centre, live engine workshops, and a state-of-the-art sea survival centre, featuring a wave tank and a lifeboat bridge simulator, where I was sent on a week-long course on how to survive the sea. The Sea Survival Centre gives new crew members practical experience in sea safety and survival techniques. From having to jump nearly 20 feet, yes, 20 feet, whilst fully kitted in our RNLI yellows into the pool and swim a few lengths, to the wave tank, where crews experience simulated real-life conditions, including darkness, thunder and lightning, rain, wind, and all of that in a life raft as well. I can only describe it as being the closest thing I've ever experienced to being in a boots camp. The life-saving work, of course, is essential, often difficult and sometimes dangerous. And with only 1 in 10 volunteers joining the RNLI from a professional maritime occupation, the training is especially important. At present, we have 3 female members on board the RNLI Porthaelnllaen lifeboat, whose names are very easy to remember. Me, on your left, Carol Jones in the middle, and Carol Thomas at the far end. At Porthaelnllaen, we cover a large and extensive area of sea, halfway to Ireland, in fact, which is approximately 25 miles due west, as it is such a busy shipping lane. So many container ships, tankers and ferries, of course, travel up and down. And we also have a fishing community, of course, in Porthaelnllaen, who go out fishing all year round. So we're here to offer support to them, along with the thousands upon thousands of holidaymakers that come and visit the beaches of the Penllyn during the summer months. What also makes us rather unique and special at Porthaelnllaen is that we fully operate in our mother tongue, Welsh. All of the crew, bar 2, speak Welsh, and that's how we communicate. Of course, we communicate with the Holyhead Coast Guard over the radio through the medium of English, but on the boat, the primary language is Welsh. The other career I have, the one that pays the bills, is working as a television producer, producing programmes for the Welsh language channel S4C, or S4C, and the BBC, of course. So back in 2011, both my RNLI world and working world collided when I produced, directed, coordinated, even appeared in the series of Bad Achub Porthaelnllaen or Porthaelnllaen lifeboats for the Welsh language channel S4C, and was shown on S4C during autumn 2013. Well, how did the series come to be? Well, there was a new chapter on the cards for RNLI Porthaelnllaen and a good story to tell as well. The RNLI had now decided to invest a total of £10 million in the future of RNLI Porthaelnllaen. Back in 2011, the RNLI had allocated a new 16-metre Tamer class lifeboat to Porthaelnllaen as part of a major investment in lifeboat stations all across Wales. A grand total of £54 million was spent at Mumbles, St David's, Moelfre on Anglesey, as well as Porthaelnllaen, to fund 4 new lifeboats and their lifeboats houses to accommodate them. The Tamer class lifeboats were specifically designed to replace the slower Tyne class lifeboats as the Hetty Rampton, and incorporated a number of features for it to be slipway launched, as the Tyne class did, of course. Amongst the most significant features were its top speed of 25 knots this time, which is roughly around the 25 to 30 mile an hour mark. Its advanced electronic system, a new seat design to reduce loadings on crew members' spines during rough weather, which is very much welcome. And also it's significantly higher, and that to give better visibility or height of eye whilst we're out searching for casualties out in the water. Official confirmation that the lifeboat had been allocated to Porthaelnllaen came back in May 2012, with the construction work of the new boathouse starting in October 2012. Equipment and building materials were all bought by sea to the headland, coming in from Holyhead and from Trevor, just down the coast, with a huge barge positioned on the site working on the construction. The new lifeboats cost £2.7 million to build, and she was funded by the generous bequest of the late John Dominic Spicer from Oxfordshire, who sadly passed away on the 7th of October 2010. The lifeboat was subsequently named the John D. Spicer. She arrived at Porthin Llaen on August the 20th, 2012, after a crew training and familiarisation passage, leaving the RNLI's headquarters in Poole, Dorset on August the 17th and taking overnight stops at Brixham, Falmouth and Arklow in Ireland, from where she headed across to Porthin Llaen. On board that maiden voyage were coxswain Mike Davis, mechanic Alan Parry, crew members Carol Thomas, Lewis Jones and myself. The arrival of the John D. Spicer to a new station was such a momentous occasion. It was extremely emotional for me personally, with hundreds, if not thousands of people having come down to watch her arrival. As well as being a competent deckhand on board the lifeboat, one specific and very important role that I have on the lifeboat is as a navigator. As mentioned before, I've been down to the RNLI College a few times over the years on various seafaring courses, from the sea survival to first aid and search and rescue navigator courses. And after sitting a few intensive exams, both written and practical, I am by now a fully qualified navigator. This briefly means that I am in charge of plotting a safe and quick course on sea charts for the helmsman to steer to the position where the casualty may be at sea. I also liaise closely with the coxswain throughout, giving ETAs, or estimated time of arrival, along with any adjustments to the route if needed. I'm also responsible for plotting and navigating the search patterns, again, if needed, when we arrive at the position and the casualty is not to be seen. Of course, I do this all on board on our computer, as you can see up there on the screen. But as we all know, computers can also fail us. So I also do this on a paper sea chart, which you can find there underneath my pens and paper, with a pencil, compass and a stopwatch, of course, which, believe you me, has its own little challenges when the boat's rolling around in, well, rather stormy weather. As well as navigating, I am one of the fully trained casualty carers on board the lifeboat. This means that when we are first on scene, which is usually the case, we are able to assess and care for the casualty in question before transferring them onto the hands of a paramedic from the Maritime and Coast Guard helicopter or onto an ambulance paramedic at shore. I often get asked if I have a memorable rescue, and there's one in particular that I'll never forget. As I might have mentioned earlier, call-outs don't only happen when it's blowing a hoolie in high seas. You absolutely have no idea whenever and whatsoever, what time the pager will go off. It could be whilst you're casualty eating your lunch, washing your hair, or fast asleep even. You just never know who'll be needing your help, for what, where, or when. In this case, the pager went off at 4:30 a.m. that morning, and that's when the adrenaline gets pumping. You just think, come on, Mally, get up, get changed, get to move on, get out. Well, both myself and my husband, Robert, who's also the deputy coxswain on the lifeboat, drove down to the station. As a navigator, all sorts of things were going through my mind at that point. What the tide was doing, what the wind was doing, and if I could see any vessels out at sea on my marine traffic app that I have on my phone. Little did I know then that my navigating skills weren't needed that morning. The Holyhead Coast Guard had received a mayday that morning from yacht Nesina, 5 miles to the northwest of Trwyn Porthin Llaen, or Porthin Llaen Point, out in the Irish Sea, requesting immediate medical evacuation. On the lifeboats on the way over, we gather more information, revealing that the yacht had 2 people on board, a father and daughter. The father had suffered a suspected stroke. On the way over, you go through all the training you've had in your mind, and our immediate concern was for the casualty, of course, as a stroke can potentially have life-changing effects. Because it was a suspected stroke, you do have that golden hour, of course. So the quicker that you can get to them on to medical care, the better. By this point also, we hear on the radio that the Maritime and Coast Guard search and rescue helicopter had also been tasked from their base at Carnarvon Airport. 10 minutes later, after launching from Portentllain, we arrived on scene. Both myself and Owain, our coxswain, went on board the yacht to attend to the casualty, Patrick. Both of us are casualty carers and have been fully trained as to what to do with a casualty with a suspected stroke. So on arrival, we assessed Patrick by using the FAST acronym. Facial weaknesses. Could he smile at all? Had his mouth or eye dropped? Yes. A, arm weaknesses. Could he raise one arm or both? No. S, speech problems. Could he speak clearly and understand what you say? No. T, time to call for help. Thankfully, he was able to stand up, and with the assistance of both myself and Owain, we slowly and carefully moved him from where he was sitting inside in the cabin out onto the deck of the yacht. The helicopter by now was fastly approaching, and our next mission was to transfer Patrick onto our lifeboat for him to be winched up in the helicopter and taken away for further medical care at the hospital in Bangor, which was only 15 minutes away in the helicopter. With the helicopter now 3 minutes or so away, we had to carefully move him across from the yacht onto the back of our lifeboat safely. Stroke victims, of course, can very often lose their sense of balance. So crossing from one boat to another in open sea is not recommended at the best of times. So in this case, it carried the added danger, so we had to ensure that both boats were tightly lashed together at this point. Owain stayed behind on the yacht to help Morgan, Patrick's daughter, to sail back to Portentllain on the yacht, whilst I stayed on board the lifeboat to look after Patrick and to hand over both himself and his medical notes to the winchman paramedic when they came aboard. They then winched both Patrick up and the paramedic into the helicopter, where they were taken directly onto Bangor Hospital for further medical care and treatment. It was around 7 a.m. when both boats finally arrived back in Portentllain, and the sun was up at this point. I remember just giving Morgan the biggest hug ever when we both arrived at the boathouse that morning. I think we were both pretty tired and very emotional by this point, and a sense of relief also that a dad had been taken to hospital and treated straight away that morning. 2 weeks later, Patrick was discharged from the hospital and flew back to his home in Guernsey with his wife, whilst Morgan sailed the yacht Nisina back home to Guernsey with some help from her friends who came over to help. Patrick was then in the marina at St. Peter's Port to welcome them all safely home. Patrick has fully recovered by now and is doing well back home in Guernsey. I have kept in touch with both Morgan and himself throughout. And back in 2021, both myself and Owain were given the opportunity to go over to Guernsey to be reunited with both Morgan and her father. And we visited the boat as well, where the eventful nights happened 2 years previously. I also met another new member of the family, their new Welsh sheepdog. And the name? Well, they decided to call her Mally for some reason. So, to conclude, being a member of the RNI, as you've all probably gathered by now, truly means the world to me, and such a privilege also to be able to play a very, very small part in the station's 160-year history. I work alongside a fantastic team of people on that lifeboat and ashore, because at the end of the day, that's what we are. One team, one crew, working towards one mission of saving lives at sea. And you know what? I wouldn't change it for the world. And remember, the next time you're ever visiting Penllyn and Portentllain, please do call by the boathouse to say hello. there'll always be a warm welcome and a panad for you all at our RNLI Porthyn Llaen. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much.
Os gan rhywun gwestiwn I Mali? Does anyone have any questions? I think we've got time for a few questions.
Have you ever been seasick? Of course I've been seasick. Many times, yes. That's a very popular question I often get asked. I do make sure I keep a stash of sick bags next to me. I was told by my grandfather, funnily enough, he, having spent his entire career at sea, he was sometimes caught out with it. Even in the middle of maybe an 8-month voyage, he did get caught out with seasickness. I think the best of us and all the crew at some point have been feeling seasick, yes. But the most important thing, I think, is to keep on going. And yes, I have been able to carry on navigating with a sick bag in one hand and a pen and paper in the other. I think you call that being professional. Well, yes. I'm not... it's difficult to tell, isn't it, really? I was looking for some facts and figures here the other day, just before coming here, and the figures for 2022 haven't come out as yet, but for 2021, nationally, it's cost just under £160 million for the organisation for that year, for 2021. And it's all funded by our generous supporters. Keeping a modern fleet of lifeboats ever ready to go out on a rescue from the 238 lifeboat stations across the country is it's an expensive business, as you can probably imagine. You've got the crew training, running a lifeguard service, of course, along over 250 beaches around the UK as well, and campaigning for water safety. The pounds do start to add up. But, this might not, all of which is, generously, given by our supporters and funders and the public. It's a voluntary institution. So, in a way, you think every pound and penny is used in keeping the service and the institution to go on. So, yes. Thank you.
In the top.
Well, this might go off, but the practicalities of it is, I wouldn't be able to get back to Porthyn Llaen in time to catch the boat, unless I have a rocket parked outside. The truth is, obviously, we're not waiting for that call out. There's a system that we have online for our particular station. I believe every single station uses the same sort of setup, where we're able to log the hours that we're away from the village or the surrounding area, so that the coxswain in charge or the deputy coxswain has an overall view of potentially how many crew members are local or could attend the call outs if and when needed. Unfortunately, living on the Llŷn Peninsula, a lot of people have to travel for their work. I work 9 to 5 each and every day in Carnarvon, so that means I couldn't attend a call out if one happens during those hours. But then again, there are a core crew who do live and work locally, some local tradesmen, building contractors, carpenters, shop workers, people who can quite easily drop tools and attend a call out. But overall, I think, we have I think 28 members or 28 crew members on the books at Porthyn Llaen. So I think there's an overall balance of who can be available during those 8-hour working hours and who can be available at other times. As well as having the crew, the boat crew members, you also need shore crew members. Otherwise, the boat wouldn't be launched. Being a slipway boat, you know, you have to have at least 2 or 3 members ashore to be able to operate the winch, loosen the pin, and launch the lifeboat. By the time the lifeboat returns onto slip, of course, there might, you know, I might have arrived back in Morven Evin by that point, you know, where I can maybe assist further with bringing the lifeboats back in, where there's numerous jobs to be done back then, you know, including washing the boat down, of course, which is so important. So there's always a job for everybody, even if it does involve just making everybody a good cup of tea at the end of a call-out.
Wedyn, okay. The lady to Chris.
Have you been down to New Quay to the lifeboat? Because they've had to raise the money themselves.
Have they?
Yeah, to keep the lifeboat. And we've got to find now £105,000 by doing it.
Well. Yes, we weren't, you know, when we had the new lifeboat about 10 years ago in Porthyn Llaen, even though it was, you know, all in all a £10 million investment for the RNLI, the boat itself, as I mentioned earlier, cost 2.7 million. The lifeboat house, the new lifeboat house that we had to house the lifeboats, had to be rebuilt as well at a cost of approximately 7 million. We weren't given them to us on a plate. We didn't necessarily have to raise £10 million locally to pay for it. Otherwise, I'd be fundraising until I don't know 2064. But you know, there is an expectancy. You know, as we did in Porthyn Llaen and the Penllyn area, we did have to raise a significant amount of money through various type of fundraising activities during those years leading up to it. And of course, you know, we have a very, very active fundraising team at Porthyn Llaen as well. Well, you know, where we do fundraising events all year round, from 5K fun runs to open days to even, you know, beach barbecues during the summer months to Christmas fairs. You know, there's always fundraising events going on all year round, and the same is the case all around the other stations as well, really. The fundraising never ever stops.
How many crew members do you have to launch it safely?
On the boat itself, the boat has 7 jobs. Inside the lifeboat, there's 7 seats. So you've got the coxswain, the captain, per se. You've got to have a mechanic, and you've got to have a navigator. You need also a radar person, a radar operator. You also need a helmsman, and have I counted 5? And then other 2 deckhands or crew members that can help with maybe setting out the towing rope or getting different pieces of kit ready for whatever the rescue might need. So there's 7 seats, so 7 crew members are needed to launch on a call out. We have launched, and depending on the nature of the rescue and the nature of the call out, you know, we have launched and gone out to a rescue with maybe 6 members, but no more than 7 by any means, yes. And of course, as I mentioned, the also important shore crew members as well. You know, that's another key and important aspect of being, you know, a part of the crew as well. That's an interesting question. There's a few lifeboats inland on large locks in Scotland and in Northern Ireland. However, the very large locks, not per se lakes or open water. I know there's discussions going on with more, with the RNLI at the moment in maybe preparing more rescue facilities to lakes, specifically due to the ever-growing popularity of wild water swimming. But no, not here in Wales they don't, but they do in Scotland and in Northern Ireland as well. Thank you.
I think we've got time for just another one from the lady in pink.
I often get asked this. My personal opinion is I think we're okay as we are, thank you. To be diplomatic. No, it's a question I often get asked. As I said, my personal opinion is we're okay as we are, I think, It might have its pros, it might have its cons, as we see with the other agencies. I leave it there. Thank you very much. Diolch.
Diolch yn fawr iawn I ti, Mali, am ddiddorol. It's one job I certainly wouldn't be comfortable doing, is going to that UFC and all that. Diolch yn fawr. And so we move on to our final speaker today, Deborah Drake. I don't hear, well, many of you will seen her on the Great British Sewing Bee programme for 2022. I was intrigued by the design that all the competitors came up with and found some very inspiring. And I'm sure Deborah will tell us all about this today. I know you're keen to listen to her, so without further ado, will you give a warm welcome to Deborah Drake?
Now, everyone. Oh God, it's so weird to hear my voice coming out in all these speakers. It's hard to follow Mali. I can't help looking at some of the outfits for the RNLI, and I'm kind of volunteering for maybe a new, get maybe some colour coordination for the crew. So I thought I'd start, in the least interesting bit in some ways. I'm going to start by telling you how I got into sewing. So, and also because I haven't got very vocals, I'm going to be doing a bit of this, okay? So, first of all, our apologies. I wanted to say thank you for the invitation today. It's wonderful to be here, and thanks to Lisa up there and the chairman and the Is Gadeirydd? Oh God, lots o geiriau. Dwi dal yn nervous, sorry pawb. Diolch. So I started sewing in Pamachno. I was quite an energetic child, so there was a night school in Ysgol Pamachno for sewing. And so my mum sent me on thinking that will get some of the energy out of her. But what I didn't realise is how much I would fall in love with this very warm and inclusive hobby. I was the youngest in that school of sewing by a long way. I was about 9 or 10. And these women, because it was all women, welcomed me into this warm and amazing world that I've never been able to leave. I've absolutely loved sewing to this day. And later on, I started making clothes for myself. There wasn't such a thing as fabric shops and stuff in Llanrwst, which was my nearest town. So I used to use old things like blankets, sheets. There's certainly no duvets and things I was 80s kid as well, in 80s Pamachno. So I used to use curtains and things like that the family weren't using anymore. And I didn't have any patterns either. I just copied by using the clothes I had already, and they were dreadful, but, you know, I had to go. But a lovely story is, I remember one of the first things I made was a blouse for my mother, and it had a seam down here, and it was in grey, and it had, like I said, this seam, so I tried to make a design of it and put a couple of buttons, and my mum went out wearing this blouse that evening, and it's only years later that Mum said that she'd gone to Lorna's house for her real top to go out. But, you know, she let me think that my design had gone to the Machno, you know, for bingo. But yes, I wasn't very academic in school. I'm a very practical person, but I'm not academic. But I could draw and create. So I went on and did a HND in fashion, or as my very academic husband says, I have no degree, which I love. Always find that one funny. And it was in the Salford College of University in 1989. I did struggle with that environment. In those days, when you were taught any art type subject, and anybody that's known anybody that went into drama or anything like that, they used to do this thing called, you know, character assassination, they called it, where they built resilience by building you up and then making you think you were terrible not long after, for you to get used to what the real world of fashion was going to be like. Many of my the co-students couldn't cope with it, and I couldn't. It was quite difficult. By the end of the 2 years, I genuinely thought I had no talent at all in that world. So I retrained in business. And in the last 30 years, I've worked in the corporate environment. I worked for MBNA Bank, for McVitie's Marketing, so I was a marketing person for a long time. And in the last 17 years for Siemens Healthineers, and I've worked in corporate communication. So I've had a really good career and a really enjoyable one as well, where I have been able to have a creative outlet, but always dressed like this, you know, I've always dressed a little bit OTT. Although I'm not today, I think I'm quite, you know, smart today. But yeah, so there's no regrets, is what I'm saying, for the path I took. So I'm going to go on to the sewing bee. So there's 2 16s for me to tell you about here. The first 16 is the 16,000 that applied to go onto the show in the year that I was on. And I went through 16, Mally will know this with being a producer, 16 auditions to get onto this show. So they were a combination of phone calls, which they started with phone calls. And, you know, when they put a show like this together, they look at a cast, and you need to have representation across ages, again, ages, sizes, disabilities, colour, you know, and it's important that we do that. But I was very aware, being a middle-aged white girl, that I would be in the bigger group, that it was going to be quite difficult to get across. But, you know, I was in, one of the auditions was, I was on the canal boating holiday with my husband and my son, and the producers came to meet me to see what kind of person I was. And I was there with Marnie, who was was a vet, and she got on the show as well. And I was telling Andrew after, oh God, I didn't do very well. And a little while after, I was telling him that I was actually doing an impression of a busker on the street singing in pub style, Get Back of the Beatles, to the producer. And I thought only afterwards that maybe my eccentricity probably got me on the show. Because, you know, when you're eccentric, you don't know you're eccentric, remember? But yeah, so there was a few bits. So a lot of it was done over the phone, and then there was a Zoom call, and that was interesting because they sent you a piece of clothing to make. It was a little girl's dress, actually, and then you had the camera on you, and you had to make it, and there was a courier outside to take it, had to seal it, give it to this fella, and off it went to London, so they could see that I could actually sew, and it wasn't an imposter. So that was quite exciting, but nerve-wracking as well. But that was nothing compared to what came later. But the other interesting thing was, before you do a programme like this, you are assessed by a psychiatrist to see if you can cope. Yeah, and there's a reason why later on. But, you know, I think there's a lot of care towards people that go on these shows now that there possibly wasn't in the past. You know, because if, you know, I mean, I'm showing my extrovert side now, but I'm actually quite a shy person. And when you're on the telly, and you know, I was on BBC One at 9 o'clock on a Wednesday night for 10 weeks, you know, people have an opinion about you, and that's quite scary. And especially if you read something about yourself, and I'm going to come on to that later, and you can't defend yourself. You need to be able to cope with that, because you can't argue back with people. You've got to just smile and wave and get over it, you know. But all that, you know, the psychiatrist did go over quite a few things, and also they look into your background to check that your father wasn't an axe murderer or anything like that, and you're going to bring embarrassment over the BBC. So, but I'm going to go on to tell you about some of the things I made on the show. So, if for those that haven't watched the programme, it's in 3 different parts. So, there's the pattern challenge. Now, you remember me telling you about Pemachno earlier about, is there people up there as well? I'm sorry, you can't. Hello. I didn't use a pattern, and when I sew now, I don't use a pattern. I do for a little bit, but I do know how to construct the garment together, so I don't look at the instructions very often, and most of the time that's okay, but it isn't when you're on a reality show, and you've got to follow quite complex instructions, so that's quite difficult. So the most successful that I did on the show, this one, I was shocked. This is not my style, by the way. I don't wear things with bunnies on or anything like that. Brogan loved it. But we had to make this in 3.5 hours, so it was patchworking the front of the jacket and the sleeves. And also you've got to, when you're patchworking, the patchworkers, the quilters amongst us will know that those squares are important to make sure that those, you know, they're properly done. And then we had to quilt it. So I'm still annoyed, my OCD in me, that I didn't use a proper thing so it went into the squares, but I had no, 3.5 hours, come on. And then I had to do bias binding. Now, quilters would know that these mitre seams are actually quite difficult to do. So I did all 4 right. I did try and teach some of the others. Some of the fellas didn't know what they were doing, but I did try and help them. But yeah, it came first. But you'll see, they hide a lot of stuff on telly, so the inside hasn't been bound at all, and that winds me up something chronic, because I would never leave a garment like this. But, you know, it's telly, isn't it? You don't see everything. So that one went quite well. But the question I get asked about that all the time is, did you really make it in 3.5 hours? And we absolutely did. They were very strict with the time to make sure that we stuck to that time, because obviously it creates drama if you can't make it in that time. They obviously enjoyed it if people had things go wrong. I also did an amphoras dress, which was in the final. It was a very clingy dress that Esme had made when she had her own business, and that was, you know, in 4-way stretch fabric on a sewing machine. Normally, I would sew stretch on an overlocker, so that was quite challenging. But it came first, but the least successful. I didn't like making these at all. I can't tell you how much I hated doing these. You know, we had to put them together, and then we had to stitch them into the sole of the trainers. And poor Jill, who, you know, she calls herself the one-armed sewist, so I'm just calling her what you would know her online. But what they didn't show you on the telly is that one's inside out. In my panic, I managed to sew it inside out. But poor Jill, you know, when you've got one hand, it's incredibly difficult to sew with a needle and a thread, because she couldn't hold the trainer, and she certainly couldn't put the eyelets in, so that was a tough one. And I also made in the semi-final a kimono, which was, I would say, the length of this table. And the mistake I made was the lining and the outer in the same colour, so I had no idea what was up or down on that thing. And so I came last in that as well. Transformation challenges. Now, I get asked about this all the time. You know, quite a few people in the sewing world would prefer that this went away, and that, you know, we showed some best practice and maybe show how to do an invisible zip or some binding. But the thing is, I think it's important that we do show how to transform something. It's just the stuff we were given wasn't great, and I made a pig's ear out of most of it. But I did do this one, and this one did come second, and it was, this is 2 gym skirts. So you can see it's got where your arms go there, but I used the Japanese technique of singing, who's singing? I can't sing, I'm not going to sing here even with a mic, is tram lines, and then all you do is you just pull back the pleat as you're sewing the other way, and it just makes this lovely technique, but I really struggled with the transformation challenges. I did a Children's Week one, and, you know, because I want to finish things properly, so I made this little 2-piece that I converted it into shorts, and that's the back of it, that's the front, and this little gilet. But it was from a school uniform, and they said it still looked like a school uniform, which is fair enough. So yeah, so sometimes it went well for me, and sometimes it didn't. But by far, my favourite challenge was the made to measure. Once we knew we were going to be on the programme, we were given the first 2 briefs in the first week. So I found out, I think, the lunchtime on the Tuesday, and by that evening I knew I was going to make a wrap dress and also a sports jacket, so I had to work them out. I'll tell you about that a little bit later. But the most successful for me was the... this is my favourite. I'm going to show my favourite. It didn't win Garment of the Week, but this is the one I loved making the most. Now, you'll say, God, that's a bit rough, isn't it? Look at the edges of that. It's because it's not the real one. They've lost the real one, which I'm absolutely devastated about. You know, these things go travelling, don't they, and TV programmes, but this is the real headband that I made. So I absolutely loved making this. It was based on... It was an origami dress, but I based it on Mount Fuji and the blossom trees looking up towards the sky. And so I used this technique, which is tubes that were folded, and then I had to hand sew. These called toiles, T-O-I-L-E. It's a French word that means practice. I had to practice this dress several times to know that I could make it in the 7.5 hours that I had, because you could come up with the most amazing, intricate design, but if you couldn't make it in that time, then it was no good to you. So I had to practice that I could make these flowers, I could make the sleeves, which are actually quite complicated to put together, and also to hand sew them close. Now, the ones on the front row, you'll see these here. I tried to sew them on a machine. The ones in the back, you might see how awful that is from the back, but a machine, Esme wouldn't have passed that at all. So I had to practice hand sewing, and then I had to have a stopwatch to know how long it took to do a whole row, and to check that I could make it in the time allotted to us. We don't see the real programme until it comes out, until everybody sees it. So I was thrilled to know that this was a contender for Garment of the Week. At that, Danny came in and won. But I'm really pleased that they considered this as a possible, because this was my absolute favourite. Some other... I've forgotten the words. It's what's the last challenge? What's it called? I do forget these. Yes, thank you. Diolch. What's my name? So some of the other ones I made. So this was from week 1, and this won the first Garment of the Week. This is a wrap dress, as you can see. But what my strategy for the whole show was not only to give them what they asked for, but to give them more. So I bound the whole thing. And also, you know, I knew that the drama on this would possibly make it a favourite. But it is one of my favourite moments in the show, was seeing a model, a professional model, walking, and they walk different to real people. They lean back and they walk like racehorses, you know. And to see her walking in this was a real moment for me, you know. I also love, as you can see, a bright lip, so I've just said every time either bright pink or bright red, and very simple hair. And she was such a stunning girl, Hannah, and she looked amazing in this dress, but it was one of my favourite moments. Some other things in Made to Measure was, this was from Bowie Week, and this was based on Ashes to Ashes, so this is trouser underneath, and it's made out of brocade. But Hannah looked amazing in this as well. And it was Lingerie Week, and this is a pyjama set, a luxury pyjama set. But as you can see, the pattern matching, they didn't ask for that, but I gave them that. And again, this is a contender for Garment of the Week. And this time, the darned Man Ye won it. But, you know, I'm really happy that they thought it was a contender. And then was there any other one I wanted to show you? Yeah, this is made out of a duvet. So this is the... so it's like beach pajamas, really. There's a split in the middle here, so as you walk, it opens. But you can see, you couldn't really see it on the telly, but the two layers are that thin. You can see the leopard skin underneath, and I put this bright neon on it to give it a little bit of an uplift. I think I've told you everything on there. So, oh no, what about these two? So this was a Garment of the Week as well. This was coordinates, and what possibly won this for me was there is an invisible zip. Now, you can't say you can see that now, although it is a bit wrinkled, but there is a zip in the back there. And also on the trousers, there is a fly front, which is actually quite technically difficult to do in the time we had. But they loved this, although they did say it was a little bit like an air hostess outfit. I thought it was a bit of a cheek. And then this is one of my favourites as well. This was a Miss Havisham outfit. Now, I was worried because in the brief it said we had to make something that had a 3D element. And I was worried because the garment didn't have a 3D element, like some people made things with tubes in and so forth. My 3D element is the crown, so I was worried that I might get disqualified for that. The other part of it was I was worried that the reference of Miss Havisham, especially from the David Lean film, might be lost and be too obscure for you know, a kid's costume. But I thought at worst they can say it's a zombie bride or something, can't they? But if you watch the programme, you'll see that they absolutely loved it because I was making this thing up. I'd made it like a proper wedding dress. I French seamed it and everything. And so I did that before lunchtime. And then I was on the floor and I was painting and I was adding muck to it because I thought it's got to look like an angry lady that hated men, had walked around a mansion for 80 years, wore this, you know. So Esme absolutely loved it, and the crown is very fragile now, I'm afraid. But the little girl that wore it, one of the camera guys said to me that he came out the toilet and she was stood there and he was like, oh my God, because she was genuinely quite spooky. But that was quite a moment. But one of my favourites, Marnie, went home from that show. So you could only enjoy the Garment of the Week briefly because one of the people you've got to know were going home. So, got to keep an eye on time, haven't I? Am I over? No, I'm okay for the moment, okay. So I wanted now I've talked about the clothes, is to talk to you about what it feels like to be on something like this. Starting with the toughest bit, you know, almost immediately you're sworn to secrecy. I found out at the end of July that I was going to be on the show, and I wasn't allowed to tell anybody until mid-April of last year. So that's a long time, you know, to keep a big secret like this. Obviously, I disappeared for 10 weeks as well from my home village. Sarah Flynn's here somewhere. Where are you, Sarah? Sarah and I go spinning in the morning, and I just disappeared, didn't I, for a long time. And also, I'm not a great liar, so I was telling different lies to different people. Because I remember somebody saying, where have you gone? And I said, oh, you know, I've just been away. You know, I needed a break. What, from everything? I was like, yeah. And I just was lying, and I was hopeless. But that is quite difficult. But you're under contract, you know. I had to bring quite a lot of people into that circle of trust because there was a lot of background filming to show where I was from. but they all kept the secret, fair play. The preparation is relentless, as I said a moment ago. When you do get the first two made-to-measures, you get them on the Tuesday lunchtime, and by the following Monday, you'd have had to have made the 2 garments. You've had to have designed it and written what your inspiration was, how you're going to make it, so all the steps in making whatever it is, for 2 garments, remember. And also by working, I was working full-time as well, so it's not a sob story, it's just you don't realise when you get onto something like this, the preparation work before you even get to the filming studio. So I did that from the end of July until the last weekend in August. I had a weekend off with some friends. We went to London with this amazing secret, knowing the week after I was going to be going to Leeds with 8 bags of toiles in the back of my car because we didn't get the semi-final or the final brief until we were later on in the competition. You know, wondering how far am I going to get? You know, am I going to get further than week 1, or am I going to get COVID before I get there? You know, can you imagine how heartbreaking that would be having got that far? Leaving your family for that length of time is quite a wrench. I did have a week at home in the middle where it was my birthday, which was lovely. But it is, you know, you're very much looked after. You know, I made friends immediately with Jill and with Angela. And you're all scared, you know, you're all professional people, but you're put into an environment that you don't recognise and you feel vulnerable. So you do become close with the people that are on the show with you. Because, you know, we've all sat at home and think, why are people crying? You know, it's ridiculous. How do they know each other? But it's an unreal environment. I can promise you, you do get quite close to these people because you're all frightened. You're all worried about making a fool of yourself and everything in the show. And as I said, when people leave, you feel bereft, you know, because you've gotten to know them. And, you know, Marnie particularly hit me bad because I genuinely thought she was the potential winner. I thought she was brilliant. And they did mount as time went on. You know, the longer you're in it, the more you want to stay to finish the job, really. Not so much to win, but to get to the end. But what was brilliant, you know, can you imagine if you're a fan of the show like I was, to be in that studio and being in it? And I remember just being sat there and just thinking, oh my God, there's the haberdashery, that, you know, that's Patrick, you know, it's very strange. And you know, we met them the first time on camera with the camera being live so that they caught our reaction immediately. The feedback, that was an interesting one, and the thing that most people are surprised when they meet me is every single person has a good 10 minutes feedback per garment. So I made 30 garments. That's a lot of feedback. But, you know, even when it's constructive, it's a gift because, you know, Patrick Grant is a Savile Row tailor. You know, he's looking over something I made and giving me his opinion on ways I could have made it better. Similarly with Esme Young, who's a Central St. Martin's tutor who taught Alexander McQueen and Stella McCartney. And, you know, you can't believe these people are, you know, kind of helping you really. So that was, I just wish I'd written a lot of the stuff down because I've forgotten a lot of it now. You do feel privileged being part of that show. You know, it's very few of us get chosen to go on, so you do feel, you know, privileged. And also, I felt like I was representing Wales because, you know, the amount of times I've had people tell me that to hear the North Walian accent on BBC One is unusual. And also, in the final, I was speaking Welsh to my friend Lisa, and I had so many messages about that, so it was wonderful. I felt like the Wales football team, though, and it didn't quite get there, did I, in the end? You know, I'm sorry. But also being able to talk to you about it, you know, it's amazing to be able to spread the joy and love of creating and sewing and try and get more people to think about taking it up. Okay, the social media bit. There's a lot of positives about social media. And you get to meet like-minded individuals and be able to talk and meet people and make friends with people that you wouldn't have met before if it wasn't for your similar, hobby. But there are some tougher parts, to allow us to use the photographs that were the official photographs of these garments of Hannah wearing them from the show, to put them on my social media, to build my following. I had to continue to be part of the social media of the Great British Sewing Bee. What happens is, though, is that people give opinions about you and about what you've made. I've spoken to a lot of people about this, and I don't mind criticism about what I've made, because, art is subjective, isn't it? But when it becomes personal about you, your accent, or about maybe a look you gave because somebody won something and you didn't realise, with editing, you don't know what bit they put next to something that's happened, and you have no control over that. So I read quite, I didn't get too, I think some of the others got much worse than me. What we must remember is we're members of the public that have just put ourselves on the television for a very short time. That isn't we're not media trained. We've just volunteered to have some fun, do something different, but to read some stuff about yourself is actually quite difficult, and I can't imagine what it's like to be really famous. It must be horrendous. Now, after being on the show, I've got around 40,000 followers on Instagram, which is, I know, who are these people? But they're interested in what I do. You're one as well, diolch. But it's weird, because, you interact with people and people give you opinions on things, and it is wonderful. And, I've started my own dressmaking teaching business. I was asked to do quite a lot of things because I did get to the final. And, when you get to the final of these kind of programs, you're offered all sorts of stuff. But all I wanted to do was do an in-person school and see people. I didn't want to do anything online. I didn't want to do a book. I didn't want to do anything like that. All I want to do is bring more people into sewing and enjoy it, and enjoy the getting away from the real world, that doing something creative, be it sewing or cooking or gardening, knitting, anything brings you when you're not on one of these, So it's going really well. I'm about to leave I've gone down to 2.5 days at Siemens, but I'm about to leave that job now to do this full time, because I've just fallen in love with it, and I feel like it's been a calling for me. So even though it didn't work out in 1991 when I left Salford, it's working out now, and I just think, why not? Why not now? So yeah, that's the end of what I have. I hope it's been interesting to hear what it's like to be on that kind of show, and I hope you've enjoyed seeing some of the garments I've got today.
Wel, o hynny mor ddiddorol, doedd o? It was so interesting. Diolch yn fawr iawn, thank you very much. And I'm sure there's lots of questions now. So over to you.
Oh, I got a question, I heard that. Is Patrick as nice as he looks? Oh my God, that gent smells amazing. He's so good looking. I couldn't look at him, I was just like, because he is a beautiful looking man. He really is. He is so groomed. He's groomed to perfection. We were actually filming in a village called Farsley, which is just outside of Leeds. But we were in Leeds, all staying. We were nowhere near him. I'm sure him and Esme had some mansions somewhere there. But we had these little apartments, and we'd see him cycling. It was about 7 miles away. And he'd cycle in all weathers to the studio. But yeah, he was lovely as well. But we didn't get to know them at all, because they wanted, as they were judging us, to keep a professional distance, so that they were judging our clothes rather than whether they liked us. And I liked that. But in the wrap party, which we all got together, he gave me a lot of advice of what to do afterwards, and so I'm carrying out a lot, and I'm still in touch with him actually. I like to say, name drop me and Patrick. Yes, you might block me soon, you never know. Esme's a different kettle of fish. She's quite a distant lady, very knowledgeable, but I wouldn't call her warm. But she's generous. So I know that's a weird thing, but she was very critical, much more critical than she appears on the television. They edit her quite nicely. She's tough. She's tough. She's a tutor, but I did cop them one day. I'd forgotten something from my bag, and you're watched at all times. When you go to the loo, you've got a runner with you, so you don't run off. I've had enough of this. I came back into the room, and there was about 8 people clearing down. So can you imagine the mess we make? And then they're there with lint cloths, rollers, and everything clearing down. And I saw the sewing crew having a look at our work, so I think they find the stuff to tell the judges, because I couldn't understand how is she finding those holes, But yeah, I think they had help. But yeah, she was. I did have a long conversation with her about. I'm sorry, I promise not to go political here, but about the concern in education about the lack of, the creative. And also, because I was accepted to go to Central St. Martin's on the second year after my HND. My mum's a cleaner, a single parent for my brother and I, she was a brilliant mum, a mum and a dad to us. And we grew up in a house that I couldn't fund going to London and work as an unpaid intern afterwards. There was, so for a background like mine, fashion wasn't an option. And it makes me sad that is probably still the case. And she did say, there are bursaries. And I said, yeah, for the incredibly gifted, most of us are okay. There's not many Alexander McQueens out there. But yeah, she's an interesting lady for sure. Very kind as well. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they give you a budget for for your practice garments, but you don't have much time in between, And for a couple of things, for this one for sure, is something I've made for myself a lot of times. It's a type of thing, not the ostrich feather. Doesn't really go in Llanfairpwllgwyngyllgogerychwyrndrobwllllantysilyn Sailing Club wearing that. But the rest of it, I have made quite a lot, but I just upped the glamour on that one. But yeah, so I do make things. It's quite funny. My mother is very understated Welsh, and she can't quite believe that I've made these things, She says, are you sure? Was that really you? And I said, yes, ma'am, I got to the final. Well. But she's brilliant. She accepts it now that I can sew. Yeah.
How did you decide what to do now as your future career for you? You're running workshops in Llanfairpwllgwyngyllgogerychwyrndrobwllllantysilyn?
In Llandudno, yes.
Oh, in Llandudno.
Yeah.
So how did you decide as to what are you going to do a costume, a course, or how are you going to do
that's a good question, thank you. As I said to you, especially when you reach the final, you have extra stuff like, I was in OK magazine, which I was over the moon about. But these little things happen to you that the other contestants didn't have, and opportunities come and you're offered a load of free stuff, especially when you have a following on Instagram like I do. But I made the decision a long time ago. There's a lady here tonight called Anne Murphy, who's a friend of mine, and she worked at Siemens with me, and she'll know about brand management at Siemens. They really are very careful about how their image is seen, and so I took, not that I'm Siemens, but I took a lot from that and thought, I don't want to accept 20 quid fabric and try and flog it to the people that follow me. So I made a very conscious effort to try and have integrity even when trying to be given stuff for free, because I've not really gone down that road. I knew all along I wanted to show people how to sew and how to fit and design, and I've kept to that from the beginning. And I just thought, oh, do you know, I'll apply to go in the sewing bee because I was going to do my workshops anyway, but it's given me marketing that I couldn't have paid for. But although it could have backfired if I'd have gone out in week 1, wouldn't it? Who'd want to come and learn from me then? I'd watched it from the beginning. It started in 2013, and happily it was a coincidence because my son, he's almost 19 now, so he was at that age, 8 or 9, where he didn't so much want to spend a lot of time with me. So I thought I need to go back to hobbies that I used to love, because I stopped sewing for a long time, probably about 20 years. Although I still love clothes, it's just I bought them, you know. So I went back to sewing at that age, and is that what you asked me? See, it's the Perry, you know, I go. Yeah. Well, you know, how did that? Oh, yeah, that was it. At the end, yeah. At the end, it did, you know, it says, you know, do you see yourself as a sewing bee? Apply to be on our show, and that's what we did. But it was quite funny because I got there on the Sunday afternoon to this amazing apartment in Leeds. It was great, you know, because I was in the service department and it was beautiful with a balcony and everything. And I was there for 10 weeks, and my friend Dion said to me, you know, don't rush home, Debs, to those stinky boys, you know, because I was there being looked after. They kept bringing me food, you know, it was great. And I never had to clean or anything. But being able to go on to that and learn more skills, because I made some stuff on that show that I would never have made ordinarily. It was, yeah. It was amazing to be with some of the other people. I learned so much. The other thing is, you know, when you sew for yourself, you sew for your body type. So it was quite freeing to sew. Oh, it was amazing to sew for a model, you know, because in many ways she had the perfect body. So I was making clothes that I would never have made for myself because I don't have that kind of figure. So that was fun. I really enjoyed that. Yes, deal. Do. I was asked, have I gone back to Pemechno? Do, it was the first, I mentioned to Lisa that I was going to do that. I did go to Merched y Wawr in Pemechno. And actually Anwen, who taught me, was there. And that was lovely. And I have gone back to do a couple of free courses with the children of the village. And, you know, I left that village when I was 15, so it's wonderful to go back. Yeah, I did, absolutely. I loved it. I can't tell you how annoying that was. Oh my God. Well, you saw me, you asked me a question, I forgot the question. You know, I'm busy, I'm thinking, I know what I need to make in this 7 hours. You were only allowed a lunch break and they counted you down to that lunch break. So that they kept to time. And, you know, the story producers, so what you don't see is obviously every single person has a sound, a camera, and a person that asks you a question, and that's who you see us talking to off camera. And they're asking you questions, and I remember him asking me this question once, and he says, Deborah, what are you using there? And I said, a scissors, and he went, no, for the audience at home, tell them. I said, I am using a scissors. What is a scissors, Deborah? And I was thinking, for God's sake, Jonathan. And it was really difficult, you know, not to get angry, but you've got to accept these story producers are trying to tell a story for the people at home. They've got to understand, and I did have a garment go wrong in the quarterfinals, I think it was. I was making a 1930s dress, and I actually cut it incorrectly because it had a seam, and that was really difficult, that I almost started crying, and I did not want to cry on the telly. You know, I didn't. And the guy he said, you know, Debs, I'm going to give you 15 minutes to put yourself together, then we're going to have to ask you what's gone wrong, because the audience at home will need to know. And I actually stretched the thing because it was full bias. Anybody that sews it will know how difficult that is. But I did talk to him afterwards, and I said, you know, thank you so much for not carrying on talking to me at that point, because I think I would have cried. And can you imagine embarrassing that would have been on the television? And he did share with me that he was a story producer for Big Brother many years before. And he was saying that the TV world has certainly changed since many tragedies, because he would have been told in his ear to carry on until I cried. But they didn't, you see, it was a kinder show. They did look after us, and I was very grateful for that, because I didn't want to cry on telly. Yeah, diolch. There was a couple that were really competitive, and I'm not going to say who. There were, you know, and that's okay. I wasn't. All I wanted to do was get to the end if I could. But yeah, you are, really. There were some people that wouldn't share their knowledge. That happened a few times, whereas I'm very open. And I just, you know what I said? I remember saying to Annie and Manyi, because we were quite close, I remember saying, you know, we might as well help each other, because in the end, the judges will always find the difference between us. And then it comes to personal taste as well. So you knew that they would always find the difference between us. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hello. Hiya. No, I always did what I wanted to do. You know, I stayed away from doing those big bows. You know, it was, I thought it was too predictable. So I made things that I would like. And I remember with this dress, I was really hurt by some of the things they said online, but I didn't want to do something you'd see in M&S. You know, I didn't. I wanted to do something that was true to me, because I quite like dramatic clothes. And I thought, if they like it, great. If they don't, I'm done for. But, you know, I had to stay true to the kind of thing that I wanted to do. Oh, you don't see. Oh, I made a Chanel. Oh, I'm going to have to put the jacket on, aren't I? I made the skirt, but not the blouse. But this is the thing I'm going to show you now, is something I'm most proud of making. It's a Chanel jacket. I say it's Chanel, it's made out of the raw materials, the lint and tweed of a Chanel jacket, and it's 30 hours of sewing. It's all quilted inside, as you can see. But when I put it on, you can see how properly fitted, and this is what can happen. Ow. When you don't put your things on properly. Right. But you can see the fit on the jacket like this, and when you sew things for you properly, how well it can work on you. But yeah, I do most of my own clothes. I sew myself. But I love this blouse. I love a bit of a collar, so I bought this for myself. Not the blouse, the skirt and the jacket, yeah. It's a very open tweed that is, the raw material is bought by the House of Chanel, but they don't sell, I think they have to leave it something like 2 years before the public can buy. Oh, no, it's tweed. Yes, a wool tweed, like Harris tweed. Yeah, it is open, it's fully interlined and all sorts in it, but 30 hours of sewing in this, yeah. Couldn't make it on the sewing bee.
What, in the top, any questions from the gallery?
Oh, there's a...
Yes, yes.
Oh, sabbatical. So I had to tell work, obviously, what I was doing, and they were so excited. What I couldn't tell them is how far I'd gotten, so I took that whole time off. But what was quite funny, I had 2 friends that knew I was in the show, and I've got quite a distinct car. It's a very light blue Volkswagen Beetle, and people are monitoring when my car was going to be home. And I thought, God, there's a lot of Cagney and Lacey in Llanfabechan.
And another one, yeah.
Hello. that is such an interesting question, because I was talking to somebody about this the other day, and I'm generalising here, but the male competitors weren't as skilled as the female ones. They just weren't. So this is a fact for the show. They couldn't sew as well as females. They hadn't been sewing, you know, Mitch that went out first week, he'd only been sewing since COVID. Similar, Steve. Christian was a bit better. And who else was there? Richie. Richie does historical clothes, so he doesn't really do women's wear. Other than these Georgian bustier things, you know, which there wasn't much call for, you know, on the sewing bee. But he's a very good technical sewer. But what was interesting about the fellas were, they were utterly confident. And we weren't. And that made me sad when I think about it now, because Patrick does allude to it, saying, it's interesting how Deborah, Marnie and Jill are there thinking, you know, doubting, because I wasn't sure whether week one I'd get through, and it wouldn't garment of the week, but even then I didn't believe them. You know, isn't that sad, you know? But, you know, I see it as a, you know, my lack of confidence at time as a driver, but sometimes it holds me back for sure. But one last thing, because I know we're running out of time. I remember we were in these... Sure? Okay. So we had these balconies. So we got the sewing machines we use on the show. We were given these machines in our apartments to practice on. And anybody that has used the machine, you need to get to know your sewing machine before you go on the telly using it. And what was quite funny was, I got this in the afternoon, and we were filming Tuesday morning, and in that time, in that day and a half, I made a top and a skirt. You know, just sewing. And Steve and Mitch were smoking rollies on the balcony the whole time. And I kept opening the curtain and saying, fellas, you need to get on those machines now, you know. And they were like, Debs, chill, you know. I was like a madwoman, you know, because I didn't want to make a fool of myself, not so much about winning or anything, but it was like, worried, you know, how many people are going to see it.
Any more questions? Anybody somewhere? Yes, there's a hand up there, yes.
So I've got a number of things, and this is one of the things that Patrick did help me with. He said, don't just do one thing. So I don't do too much commissions, but I am doing some commissions for a few people, so I'm quite selective about that. What I don't do is alterations, okay, just in case anybody... No. I keep getting... I'm honest to God, right? I was at home not long ago, and I could hear my machine going in my sewing room. I was thinking to myself, how the heck is my machine running without me being in there? And there was my husband sewing a dirty sail for his sailing boat on my beautiful machine. But no, the classes, you know, I teach beginners, people, I do master classes for people that can sew the more technical elements. But also I've just filmed a pilot for S4C as well, so we'll see what goes on there. You'd have thought I'd have had enough of being on the telly, but it turns out I am a bit of an extrovert. Hello. Yeah. 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 So I was asked about the transformation challenges at the first time we see the stuff. Oh, yeah. So to prepare myself, I was doing sketches at home the night before we called day one. It was the first time we saw them, and it's quite funny because Brogan is incredibly competitive. And, you know, we'd all be stood around this table. This is Brogan. She's going when they go, and she's off, you know, because she's a whippet. She's only 23, she's very strong and fast. But yeah, it was the first time we saw them, and we only had an hour and a half, and I hated doing them because I felt like I was wrecking quite good clothes. Because I like to finish things properly. So I struggled with them a bit. Yeah.
Did you have makeup done for you?
No. And what was awful, it was very, very hot. It was a heat wave. Oh, God, no, they didn't give us any hair or makeup. The judges, they did, and Sarah Pascoe, but not us. But, you know, you know, I started not caring what people thought what I looked like. What I was bothered about was what my model looked like, because that's what I was there for, was to show what I could do rather than how I look. No, you were given a model. Yeah. I looked out with Hannah, though. I was lucky.
Got another question, Anka?
My house is full of blinds. I have made my own duvet, though. Duvet, you know, like a velvet duvet thing. I have done that, but I don't do that. I can't be bothered doing things like that. Thank you. Do you know, Mum can't sew at all. And as I said to you, she couldn't believe that I could, you know. No, Mum, my mother is a gardener, so she's very creative, very practical. But, you know, so I wasn't taught by, and nobody can sew in the family. So I don't know. But my brother is a graphic designer, so there's art in the family, but in a different way. But no, I wasn't taught at all. I just had to go myself. And when I was in fashion college, I wasn't taught how to sew there as well. It's design and fit you're taught there, not dressmaking. So, you know, I've had to learn myself, and I have been going to a tailoress, a couturier in the Midlands for many years, and that's how I've learned how to sew really well. But although I couldn't make, oh God, we made a bra and knickers on the show. Oh, never again. My knickers turned out with a lump in its gusset. And it was so embarrassing because I could see it. It looked like a little tiny pitlan, you know. And I remember just thinking to myself, you know, Patrick says I can't avoid talking about this. And then I had to say I have to see a doctor for it, you know. It was just so embarrassing. But, you know, things go wrong and, you know, you have a go, don't you? And that's what I'd say to anybody, you know, what's the worst that can happen? You know, with anything, what we mustn't do is hold ourselves back. We just have a go and have fun with it. Thank you.
Haven't we had a brilliant day? Thank you very much to our speakers this afternoon. Diolch yn fawr iawn I chi o'ch dwy. Thoroughly enjoyed it and all different. I've got to say one thing. One of my claim to fame today is Deborah comes from Pemachno. We live in the next village in Ysbytyfan. Yes, it's been a brilliant day. Yes, I've got to invite Linda Probit, Board of Trustees member for Powys Brecknock, to address the conference. Please, she's coming now.
Pronoun da. I've got to get my vision right. Madam Cadeirydd, Gwestaion a Chyd Aelodau, Madam Chairman, guests and fellow members, it is impossible to follow the depth of speakers we have had today. Rhian Connick, Chrissy Booth, and Easy Adava this morning, and Mali Parry, and Deborah Drake this afternoon, whose skill I truly envy. If only I had listened and inherited my grandmother's talent as a trained seams mistress, who made all our clothes, including matching knickers. It is my privilege to thank all those who have been involved in making today so enjoyable for us all. Firstly, I would like to thank Gwyneth Carnarvon for hosting such a diverse and entertaining day. You have a beautiful county with mountains, lakes, sea, and some wonderful architecture. including quite a few castles, and that each of them have their own stories to tell. The stewards have been warm and welcoming, with nothing being too much trouble. The flowers have enhanced the auditorium and have been skillfully arranged by a lady I only know as Doris. Also, Tudor, Margaret Lloyd-Jones's son, the wonderful accompanist, who has encouraged our singing of Jerusalem, and I'm sure if he's here will give us enthusiasm to sing the national anthems. I wish to thank the gallery for their invaluable cooperation, and in particular the front of house and technical crew. Diolch. This has been, they've been good, haven't they? This has been a lovely venue, warm, comfortable, with all the facilities that one could wish for. And thank goodness for modern technology, and more importantly, the skills to use them. I want to express our gratitude to our Chair of Wales, Mrs. Irene Roberts, for the ease she has shown in chairing the confidence. Irene, you have made this meeting flow like a swan gliding on water. If your feet have been paddling along underneath, we have not noticed. Thank you for the wonderful way you have handled the last 2 years, with the energy and efficiency that you have given. We are sorry that this is your last conference as the Chair of Wales, but I'm sure that your family and your county of Clwyd Denby will welcome the fact that you have more time to spend with them. Diolch yn fawr I chi gyd. We are also grateful to the Wales office as we expressed our thanks to them this morning. I feel we're better off than those members in England as we get to know Rhian, Lisa, Sarah and Kelly when she's around so well. Everyone has suffered over the last few years and COVID has much to answer for. But these ladies have helped us through these tough times and hopefully there will be better times ahead. Powys Brecknock look forward to working with you during the next year. Now you may have noticed that I am not Mary Robinson, who is Powys Brecknock's chairman. We are sorry she is not with us today due to unforeseen circumstances, but she has written the following words that I shall now have the privilege to read to you. On behalf of Powys Brecknock Federation, it gives me great pleasure to invite you all to attend the 2024 Wales Conference, which is going to be held in the lovely market town of Brecon. Brecon is set within the stunning scenery of the Brecon Beacons National Park. It is the former county town of Brecknockshire, a traditional county which now forms the southernmost part of the modern county of Powys. The WI still retains Brecknock in our title. We have some independently owned shops in the town centre, sadly not as many as we used to have, but we are not the only town to suffer in this way. For antiques lovers, we currently have 4 shops, but only 1 shoe shop. Some nice clothes shops, a craft shop specifically, I want to put my teeth in or out, I don't know, specifically selling many locally made items and several shops selling beautiful gifts to treat yourselves. Brecon is a historic garrison town and has had an army presence for many years. In fact, it was a garrison stationed in Brecon that took part in the famous Rorke's Drift battle that was made famous by the film Zulu. There's a lovely little museum down there with all the artifacts left over. One of the oldest buildings in the town is Christ College, which was founded by King Henry VIII in 1541. To this day, every pupil proudly wears the H logo on their blazers, which links the current members of the school with its founder. And an even older building is our cathedral. It was originally known as the Benedictine Priory of St. John the Evangelist and was built in 1093 on the site of a former church. It was later rebuilt in 1230, but only becoming a cathedral in 1924. The architecture is Gothic, and apart from being absolutely beautiful throughout, it boasts a very ancient Celtic font. When you are here for the conference, I hope you will find time to look around this beautiful building. We are also very proud of our local canal side theatre known as Theatr Brycheiniog. This was opened in 1997, and as well as an auditorium, it has an art gallery, hosts conferences, and has a restaurant serving Welsh cuisine. And of course, a bar. During lockdown, all the seats were refurbished and it was very comfortable, as today's seats are. I'm reliably informed by the producers of Young Farmers' plays, pantomimes and entertainments that it has better facilities than many other larger theatres in Wales. Not much to go now, girls. The Monmouthshire and Brecon Canal is often voted the prettiest canal in Britain. It starts in the basin beside the theatre and is navigable for 36 miles down to Cwmbran. Through the Usk Valley, day boats can be hired from the canal basin or enjoy a trip on the cruiser which runs daily from Easter. The canal path is level and a haven for wildlife. It is very popular with walkers and cyclists alike. I walk there a lot. It really is lovely. Mary says that she hopes that she has given you a little rundown of our town and that will whet your appetite sufficiently to tempt you to book up for the 2024 conference. She says, thank you very much. As you can see, Mary and the ladies of Powys Brecknock Federation will do their best to make your time with us fun and enjoyable. Remember the date. It's Thursday, the 4th of April, 2024. Thank you for listening to me. Diolch yn fawr I chi gyd. Thank you.
Diolch yn fawr, Linda. Thank you very much. We'll just move on to the raffle prizes. And the numbers that have won, if you'd like to check them, is, for the first one, 81 AD, and it's pale pink, and it's AD 767508. Second one is 436, the green, and that's an AD 760995. And the next one is 99, bright pink. And that's an ADY 51044. And the next one is 393, pale pink again, AD 767508. The next one is number 7, and that's a blue one, AD 755642. Then the next one is 340, and that's a bright pink. And that's an AD 751044. And the next one is 118, which is a blue, and that's AD 755642. And the next one is number 30, HD 741403, and that's a yellow one. And the last one is 343. And that's a green one, AD 760995. If you didn't hear them, just check on the way. And yes, and pick them up on the way out. And the winner of the quilt this afternoon is number 33, green, Sarah Flynn. Congratulations. Da iawn. Diolch yn fawr. And can I just thank everyone? Can I just thank the staff in Cardiff, which have been brilliant and so supportive of me. Thank you. Diolch yn fawr iawn. And thank you all for coming, of course. Without you, we wouldn't have had such a wonderful day. A diolch yn fawr iawn. And we'll finish by singing the national anthems. And we'll invite Lois, is it? So diolch yn fawr iawn i ti am fod i chwarae ni. Diolch yn fawr. Iawn? Good. Dyna ni. God save our gracious King, God save our noble King, God save our King, his Savior victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi. A siwr nesaf adre i bawb ohonach chi. A diolch i chi ar-lein. Thank you all for coming, joining us today online. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Da iawn, Megan. Da iawn. Excellent, da iawn. O, diolch, Mali. O, diolch yn fawr. Wedi mwynhau? O, good. O, na,